Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories.
China, first row.
Trump's 50% tariffs on India take effect as Modi promises tax cuts and urges support for Make in India. Meanwhile, Trump is holding a White House meeting on Gaza as new details emerge about a deadly hospital strike. And a shooting at a U.S. school leaves 2 dead and dozens injured. Now, Donald Trump's 50% tariffs on India have officially taken effect, hitting one of Washington's strongest Indo-Pacific partners and threatening millions of jobs in export-driven sectors. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is responding with promises of tax cuts and urging citizens to support Make in India as the country navigates the economic blow. Experts say reforms like goods and service tax simplification could help cushion the impact on households and also small businesses. For more on this, I'm joined from London by economist Laurie Laird. Thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Yeah.
Hiya, good evening. Wow, okay, so let's get into this. The US has slapped these punitive tariffs on India over its purchases of discounted Russian oil. But how damaging is this for the world's fastest growing large economy?
In short, I don't think this is a dramatic piece of news. And it struck me when you were doing your introductory comments. You mentioned what a strong relationship Donald Trump and Narendra Modi had not that long ago, right? I mean, when Modi last went to the U.S., or at least in the first term, the guys were playing stadiums across the U.S., with thousands of people coming to see this double act. So what has gone wrong between these two leaders is incredibly confusing, because we did think there was a strong partnership there. Now, Trump did warn that these 50% tariffs were on the cards. Still felt a little surprising when they came into effect a couple of hours ago. But I don't think that they will, as dramatic as it sounds, I don't think this will be incredibly damaging to India. India is a fairly closed economy. It does not send that much to the U.S. And that's, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What it does send to the U.S., pharmaceuticals, that and jewelry, that is being cut out. That's being carved out because the pharmaceutical situation in the U.S. is so very expensive. So about 45% of Indian exports will not be tariffed. Only about 2% of India's exports go to the U.S. So there will be some areas of the economy, apparel, footwear, that will hurt. But in terms of top line growth, the economists seem to think that there'll be less than a 1% hit in GDP growth, which is growing at about 7% a year. So it will be painful in pockets, but not over the top line.
And despite the US slapping on these higher tariffs, like we were just talking about, and the fact that the US and India have always been close allies, India just continued to buy Russian crude. Why has New Delhi taken this almost strong stance on not listening to the US?
This is what I can't get my head around. I haven't found an economist who can get their head around this, because India isn't the only economy buying discounted Russian oil. Now, India is profiting to a certain extent. It's buying this cut price crude oil, putting it through its many refineries on Indian soil, and then distributing that domestically and selling it abroad. But India isn't, China is taking a lot of discounted Russian oil. A couple of years ago, the G7, and with America's consent, said Russia can sell as much oil as it wants at a price of $60 a barrel or lower. So everybody was in on this. And the reason for this was to avoid removing a whole lot of oil from the global markets, thereby pushing up the price of energy. Now, this is what really confuses me. India is buying about 1.5 to 2 million barrels a day. If India goes and seeks that oil elsewhere, and Russian oil at this point is not discounted by all that much, given the market price of crude, because crude prices have come down so much. But were that Indian demand to go somewhere else, we're going to see oil prices skyrocket, which is exactly what Donald Trump said he does not want. So the logic behind this move, particularly when other jurisdictions are buying this Russian oil, makes absolutely no sense to me.
And also, let's just put it into context. The US is India's biggest trading partner, and a New Delhi-based think tank has predicted thousands of jobs are at risk as India's exports to the US are set to decline. So do you think closer ties with China and other BRICS countries like Russia will really help India and soften the blow to its economy?
I think absolutely. As I mentioned, there will be pockets of the economy that will struggle. But what this is doing is accelerating a realignment of trade. Now, we see India, we see Modi is going to China for the first time since 2018, right? It's only been a couple of years ago that Indian soldiers and Chinese soldiers were fighting with clubs along a contested line of control. Now Modi is on his way to China over the weekend. Modi also has fairly strong relationships with Russia. It depends on Russia for 60% of its defense imports. So this is hastening, I think, a realignment of Asian trade that was going to come anyway. But losing Modi as an ally may turn out to be quite a mistake for the U.S. And the administration seems to be compounding it by developing quite close relationship with Pakistan, which is another rival of India's. The head of Pakistan's army has been in the U.S. twice over the past year and has had lunch with Donald Trump. So the geopolitical strategy here is baffling.
Yeah, absolutely. And US trade negotiators actually called off a planned trip to New Delhi this week. You just mentioned Modi will be going to China. But my big question here is, what does this mean for America's access to the Asian markets? Because really, India was always key to that for the US.
And America wanted India not just as a market with a lot of people, the world's most populous country. It also really wanted to culture India as a buffer to a very ambitious China. I think that strategy will be wiped out a little bit. One thing that is interesting is we're not seeing from Modi what we've seen from, say, the EU, from a couple of other countries, which is, okay, don't tariff us, and we will promise to buy more U.S. liquefied natural gas. We'll throw in some defense spending there. Modi is not playing that game at all. Now, it's a weird game when countries do this. The EU has promised to buy a whole bunch of LNG. What is overlooked that the EU is a multinational organization where shareholding companies, have their residences or their incorporation. The EU cannot tell companies to just buy more gas from the U.S. India has a little more latitude, but we're not even seeing that kind of talk. Sure, yeah, we'll buy something. Just exempt us. Modi seems perfectly comfortable in saying, okay, we're going to develop our Indian manufacturing industry more. We're going to really enhance these links with other Asian countries.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. And thank you so much for your insights. As always, Laurie Laird, it's always great to have you on the show. Now, 2 children have been killed and 17 people injured, 14 of them being children in a shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Officials say the gunman who fired a rifle through the church windows towards the children took his own life. President Donald Trump has been briefed with the FBI, and Homeland Security is on the scene. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent, Nick Harper. Nick, so according to reports, 2 people have been killed and 20 injured in a school shooting, as I just said, in Minneapolis. What more do we know on the situation?
Yeah, Leigh Ann, all of this unfolding over the last couple of hours. We've heard from authorities in the last 30 minutes who've been holding a press conference to give a few more details. We know that the ages of the two children who were killed were 8 and 10 years old. And of the 14 or so children who are injured, we're told about 7 are in a critical condition. There are another 3 adults who were also injured in this shooting. And we heard from officials that all of this unfolded at about 8:30 local time in the city of Minneapolis, inside a church. The gunman firing from outside into the church, and inside a mass was taking place at the time. Worshippers and the young children were involved in that church service, police saying that the 2 children who died were in the pews of the church at the time when they were struck and died at the scene. In terms of the gunman, we're told that he had 3 weapons on him, a rifle, a shotgun and a pistol. It's unclear at this time his identity, but police say that he took his own life at the scene at the end of the shooting. And the officials who spoke were clearly very emotional. The mayor, Jacob Frey, said that there were no words to capture the horror of this unspeakable act. The police chief, Brian O'Hara, called it an unthinkable tragedy. He spoke about the gunman's actions as sheer cruelty and cowardice, saying that all in all, it was incomprehensible.
Nick, thank you so much for bringing us an update on that moving story. But we're going to go to another story now coming out of the US today. And President Trump will hold a large meeting on Gaza at the White House today. What can we expect to come out of that meeting, Nick?
Yeah, we're still waiting for more details as to exactly how all of this will take place, who will be involved, the actual timing of the meeting. It wasn't on the president's official schedule for the day that the White House released late on Tuesday evening. The details we have so far coming from the Middle East Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, saying in an interview with Fox News that this would be a large meeting and they would be discussing a very comprehensive plan that the US has put together focused on the day after. So what happens to Gaza after the military offensive ends? We're told that Donald Trump will be chairing this meeting and that so far the details of this plan, Steve Witkoff says, are robust and well-meaning, and the details reflect, he says, Donald Trump's humanitarian motives. But let's not forget, back in February, when Donald Trump last publicly spoke about his plans for the enclave, he said that the US would take control of the Gaza Strip, that the Palestinians who were there would be forcibly removed. So we'll have to wait to find out exactly what he wants to do next. But Steve Witkoff also saying that in terms of the military offensive carried out by Israel, the US's thinking is that it will be wrapped up by the end of this year, so just a few months away. Steve Witkoff saying that it could be a case that it's settled one way or another before the year is out. So more details likely to emerge later in the day from the White House, but so far, in theory, this could be a very consequential meeting in terms of the US strategy of what happens next to the enclave.
Nick Harper, as always, thank you for joining us. Let's continue this conversation now with Dr. Ahmad Al-Farah, head of paediatrics at Nasser Hospital in Gaza. Doctor, it's great to have you back on the show again, and I do apologise about the circumstances, but what was the scene like inside Al-Nasser Hospital immediately after the strike, and how did it affect patients and staff like yourself?
Please, the voice is not... could you loud the voice more?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me now? Have you managed to...
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. OK, I will go through that question again. I was just asking you, what was the scene like inside Al-Nasser Hospital immediately after the strike, and how did it impact patients and staff like yourself?
Yes, thank you for having me, my colleague. Actually, 2 days ago, at nearly 10:20, I was in my office. I was examining a patient who my colleague consulted me about him. While I was putting the stethoscope in my ears, suddenly we heard a loud voice, which is very loud, extremely loud voice. Suddenly, the mother who were caring about her child has fainting attack. She has syncopal attack. We were conflict. We were in a very confused to treat the mother or to continue examining the patient or to go outside to see what is happening outside. What we know later on that there is outstairs of Al Yassin building. Al Yassin building is the main building of Nasser Medical Complex that contain the ICUs and the operation theater and the lab and a lot of section. There is outstairs, which is emergency stairs. The top of that stairs there is area which is good covered by eSIM cards for internet. Always the journalists are using that area to collect their material and to send it for the agency that they belongs to them. Even I am a doctor. I am sometimes when the internet is not available in the hospital, I go upstairs to make internet connection as it is in high altitude and it is has the most powerful internet connection. So there were a double attack. This is the first one is for the external stairs and another attack at the same time for the balcony in the other side of that building. That balcony belongs to medical doctors. They are sitting inside it and try to discussing about the cases of intensive care unit. He's a Dr. Muhammad in the Al Habibi in the 6th year of Faculty of Medicine in Al-Azhar University. Unfortunately, the two were died, as mentioned by the video that you are showing now. Muhammad Al-Habibi was killed, and Hussam Al-Masri, who's a journalist, was killed, and even his photographer or assistant was severely injured. All the hospital, when they heard the bomb or the attack, all of them, they were going there, try to help, try to evacuate, try to resuscitate what's happening there. So civilian defense was upstairs. A journalist who are a friend and colleagues for the journalists go upstairs, and also some guys of the office team of the hospital and security guys of the hospital go upstairs. And this is where the massacre happened, the second attack. Unfortunately, the second attack was completely targeted against civilian who are trying to do some resuscitation or some help for some attack people. Example, like someone who's in the street, he has a cardiac attack, and there is some people are gathering and try to do advanced life support for him and resuscitation him, and suddenly a bomb of a tank is falling or targeted them. This was a greatly massacred. Nearly 18 persons were killed, and this deliberate compound attack constitutes a calculated trap aimed at targeting rescue team at that time. And it was on air, it was on live, it was the Israeli occupation forces know everyone who were upstairs. So it was really something shockable for us. We were completely shocked about the number of the cases who were killed.
Doctor, so Doctor, Israel and the IDF have done an initial investigation into this, what they have called a mishap, a strike on Al-Nasser Hospital, and they said that they saw Hamas setting up cameras which was taking footage of IDF soldiers. Does Hamas stay inside of Al-Nasser Hospital? Is that where they find safety?
It is a good question, my colleague. I will suppose that is a camera there. There is a lot of method to deal with that camera. First, you can ask by phone call to the administration of Nasser complex, please remove that camera. This is, for example. Second thing, if I want to target this camera, I will suppose that this camera belongs to something illegal. Okay, I can target the camera alone. Why I target the camera and I target the man who hold the camera and the man who is near the camera and the man who come to make resuscitation and rescue and evacuate the patient? This is a propaganda. It is something obvious. Even they have a different story. Someone there is misleading, and we are sorry about that. And the soldiers in the tanks, they told that we have commands and orders from our commands to deal with that. This is a full crime, and it is on life again. And they know that everyone was upstairs are innocent people. They are journalists, they are doctors, they are security guys, they are some men who want to help. There are civilian defense. All of them were trying to help, and they were completely targeted and executed in real massacre and full crime organized against these innocent people.
Dr. Ahmad, just before I let you go, we're slightly running out of time, but how are you feeling? Are you safe inside the hospital and in Gaza right now? Is it your plan to leave?
No, my friend, we are unsafe since the beginning of this war, and we are every morning we pray to God to protect us and to protect our family. No one in Gaza is safe, even the fetus, even the baby in the womb or in his uterus, his mother uterus is unsafe. We have a lot of examples that a fetus in his mother uterus was executed and killed inside. No one is safe in Gaza. No doctor is safe. No nurse is safe. You know, one of the victims of that in the second targeting is a journalist. His name is Muad Abu Taha. He's a friend for me. He's recorded all the cases of severe acute malnutrition with me. He was helping me in a lot of things. The day before, he asked me, Dr. Ahmed, we want to help the children in the hospital by offering for them some biscuits to deviate or to alleviate or to decrease the starvation and severe acute malnutrition. I told him, go ahead, Muaz. The next day, he went and he bought the biscuits and put it in the tent. We have an appointment on 11 o'clock in the morning to distribute the biscuits among the patient. But unfortunately, 10:20, he was killed and executed. Muaz is one of the most kind, gentle, and white heart I have ever seen. He's cooperative, and he doesn't deserve that end to be for him. But I think he's with a company with his God.
Dr. Ahmed Al-Farah, I wish you a lot of safety, and I always appreciate you talking to us. Please do keep yourself well and safe. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 30 people have been killed after a landslide struck India's Jammu region, where relentless heavy rain and flooding continue to batter the Himalayan area. The victims were on a pilgrimage route near Vishu Devi Shrine when disaster struck. A Wisconsin man is heading to jail after faking his own death to meet a woman in the country of Georgia. The man, who was married and has 3 children, has been convicted of obstructing an officer and sentenced to 89 days behind bars. Before disappearing, he took out life insurance policy, applying for a replacement passport, and also reversed his vasectomy. His wife has since filed for divorce. In Thailand, a 65-year-old Buddhist monk is under arrest, accused of embezzling donations meant for a care home. Investigators say he took money from a hospice he set up for people living with HIV and AIDS. He was taken into custody at the temple where he serves as an abbot. Now, the Kremlin has once again ruled out accepting NATO troops in Ukraine to end the war. On the front line, Ukraine has admitted Russia has entered a key region in the east of the country, but denies that its forces have been taken to villages. Elsewhere, President Donald Trump is warning of an economic war if Vladimir Putin doesn't pursue peace. Take a listen.
It will not be a world war, but it will be an economic war. And an economic war is going to be bad. And it's going to be bad for Russia, and I don't want that. Now, I have to also see, because not everybody, Zelensky's not exactly innocent either.
For more on this, I'm joined from Doha by Dr. Omar Ashur, military expert on Crimea and Ukraine. Dr. Omar, thank you for joining us. So, the Kremlin has once again ruled out accepting NATO troops in Ukraine to end the war. Are President Trump's efforts to stop the killing diminishing?
In a way, they are, but they really was not advancing at any time. As we know, President Trump promised to stop the war in 24 hours multiple times, but that has not happened, not in weeks and not in months. That on one end. On the other end, it seems to be there is not enough leverage, neither security and defense-wise nor economic-wise. Hence, we see, but actually, Russia or the advancement of the attacks on Kiev, on civilian targets in many places in Ukraine, do not get punished. And we saw what happened in Alaska. The red carpet was rolled for President Putin, despite the continuation of the war. So the messaging here is not very clear. It's the messaging is conflicting at best, and therefore it's not a very effective strategy so far.
And what's really interesting, Omar, is you do say that the messaging is conflicting when it comes to Donald Trump and Putin's relationship. But we're hearing from Donald Trump again, and he's raising the possibility of an economic war on Russia. He came out and said this yesterday. He's threatened Moscow with sanctions before, but there was no action. Are these just empty threats, or do we actually think that Donald Trump is getting increasingly frustrated with Russia?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Clearly, it's signal more than strike. So you're signaling that you're going to escalate without actually following up, even when Russia escalates. So in diplomacy, this is messaging, and the messaging is understood that I'm not really serious. While at the same time the war continues, Ukraine cities gets attacked on daily basis. There is a lot of movement on the front line, despite a lot of not necessarily major movements but minor movements. A lot of attrition going on. And the actual economic war that he's talking about now, just he has 25% on India because of importing from Russia, while Russia doesn't get the 25%. It has less in that sense, depending on the commodities. So yes, it's more largely rhetorical so far, and more signaling than anything else. And not very effective, to be very fair.
And I think that is a really fair assessment. But Ukraine admits Russia has entered a key region as the war rages on the ground, because we're getting all this signalling, like you have said, Omar, but the situation on the front line hasn't changed. People are still dying. So what do we know what's happening on the front line, and who has the upper hand? Is it Russia right now?
So it's very complex on the front line. So Russia has officially annexed 5 oblasts from Ukraine. Well, Crimea is a republic, so they took the entire Crimea as of 2014, and then they annexed the entire oblast provinces of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. They don't control any of them, including Luhansk. So the entire oblast, they don't control it. So now the news is that they entered Dnipropetrovsk, which is an oblast neighboring to the west of Donetsk. But they did so because it's easier to enter this oblast because of the geography, straight farmlands where there's nothing really there, no defensive structures, no big cities, no urban settlements. So it's easy to enter it with a small unit, a platoon, at maximum a company, and then declare that we have it. So I'm not sure how long will they hold territory there. That's one. And two, they couldn't take the very important cities of Kramatorsk and Slovyansk in Donetsk and other cities, other important cities in the other allegedly annexed oblasts. So they're going for the easy target, and I'm not sure how long will they hold, because once they enter with small units. It's not like a major brigade or multi-domain brigade-sized attack with armored vehicles, and then they control actually the territories. It's not like that. It's usually small units that are light infantry, sometimes motorized infantry. They hold a village or so, and then the Ukrainians start shelling and start attacking, and then they move out. But the damage is the propaganda, is right? We entered a new oblast now. It's like an advancement. So this of course caused damage for the morale and caused a lot of disturbances. And then the Ukrainians have to scramble some forces and go after them in these new territories.
Dr. Omar Ashur, thank you so much for your insight and analysis. Great to have you on the show. Now moving on to other news, Taylor Swift is officially off the market. The pop star announced her engagement to NFL star Travis Kelce, sharing a heartfelt post that has already racked up over 18 million likes. Social media erupted with fans cheering and getting emotional over the couple's news. Even President Donald Trump sent her some congratulations, calling them both terrific people. And, you know, I'm now joined in the studio by Zainab Amir, manager of @SwiftNYC. Zainab, it's so great to have you with me in the studio. Thank you so much for joining me. So first of all, everyone just sort of went crazy last night, didn't they? When the news flashed up that the couple are announced, they've engaged, and we've got all the news coming out. But why did it have such an enormous reaction? Why are Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift just this amazing machine?
Yeah, no, definitely. I thank you so much, Leigh Ann, for having me. I think to answer that question in particular, you see Taylor Swift. She is the height of the music industry within just the world. And then you have Travis Kelce as well, who is at the height of his career, his American football career. So, and he's the best tight end that we have in American history. So if you combine the two, it's almost like American royalty. So it's definitely an engagement that everybody is talking about and everybody is excited about.
Yeah, I was so excited about it because I love Taylor Swift and I've loved her for very many years. But also, a lot of the reason I love her music is because she talks about her love life so much, doesn't she? Yes. She talks about the makeups and the breakups, and that's why we buy the albums. And, you know, her love life has also been scrutinised, hasn't it, for the men she's dated. It's been all over the press. But why do you think that Travis Kelce has been the relationship that has worked for her? Why do you think Travis Kelce chose her? Why did she choose him?
I think you finally have somebody who is nonchalant about Taylor Swift, but also, like you said, engulfed in the curiosity of who she is. So you have somebody like Taylor Swift, who is at the height of her career for the last 2 decades, singing about her love life, opening to her fans the diary of her entire life through her songs. And you finally have somebody celebrating that and celebrating her wins, celebrating her successes, and understanding who Taylor Swift is at the same time. So I feel like if you look at those past relationships, that celebration, that, you know, being private but not secret was not, that aspect, that element wasn't there. It was always almost like a secret. It was almost like, let's hide, let's dull down who you are as a, you know, big musician in this industry. So I feel like it's somebody finally celebrating her success, which is honestly, it's just beautiful to see.
Yeah, and I love
Yeah.
seeing them because they do a podcast together. There's
Yeah.
quite a lot of PDA going on when they do go out, isn't
Yes.
there? When she watches, they both
Completely.
support each other, which I find so lovely. He
Yeah.
goes to an Eras tour, she watches his matches, and it seems to be, like you said, it's
Yes.
private, but it's also not secret in
Correct.
many ways. But, the one thing I've been looking at on social media today,
Yes.
as always, is speculation on when the wedding could be. Have you got any idea of a date? Are there clues in any of the pictures? Because people are always looking for clues. But another thing, for me, Taylor Swift and her fan base has really made her the superstar she is.
Yes.
So should her loyal fans be invited to the wedding day?
Yeah, so that's a two-part question. So I feel like fans and myself have been like investigating or looking for clues as to like when did he propose, how did he propose. So like when it comes to the date, I feel like Taylor's been shocking us. Like I never imagined her going on a podcast with her boyfriend or being so public about even the engagement post being put on Instagram just like that out of nowhere. So I feel like fans are speculating it might be just a normal cycle. It might, because the way that she announced it was almost like a normal person, like your close personal friend just announcing it on Instagram. So who knows? It might be, normal rhythm. They've been together for 2 years. They're engaged now. It might be a year, 2 years, who knows? But they have so much going on in their career. And then when it comes to Taylor sharing her life with her fans, I feel like the way that she has done it, again, like I did say, private but not secret. So I feel like it's going to be some element of that. Like as much as I, as a fan, would love to have like be a fly on the wall during that wedding, I feel like it's going to be private between family and friends, close ones. They're cut from the same cloth, so very grounded people, which again goes back to the American royalty aspect, where when the time is ready, they'll share photos and videos of the special day.
And actually, I really loved the caption to the post. Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married. I thought that was really great. But it's got a bit of a mixed reception, Zainab. Why is that?
I think it's because people expected when they see a big celebrity or two big celebrities, right? You have Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. They expect something creative or more creative. But honestly, I think the way that Taylor did it, right? And it's so Taylor Swift, is knowing or understanding who she is as a person. It's just, people will call it cheesy, but I think it's just like genuinely who she is as a person. It's just, again, like your close personal friend announcing an engagement. It's almost like plain and simple. And she said it in her lyrics. Like she has a song called So High School, which she plays on the engagement post. And it's, you know how to ball, I know Aristotle. So it's almost like kind of catering to that as well. So it's her spin on words, but it's always, her fans understand that this is always who she's been as a person, is candid and celebrating who she is and being passionate about that and owning that.
And one thing, I loved the ring. I just want to know your thoughts on that. And also, I mean, she's going to have a watertight prenup. Let's get into the realistics of here. You know, because I would say she'd be worth quite a fair bit more money than Travis Kelce.
100%. I do agree.
What wise words would you have to say to Taylor Swift on the prenup?
I would say make sure that prenup is definitely like tightly locked, because she just became a billionaire. Like the Eras Tour has not only given her husband as well as her masters back, but she is also now a billionaire from her music itself. So I do feel like if I have any wise words to say, is just make sure you have a good lawyer, which I'm sure, given her industry expertise, she is very well aware of. Yeah.
And you know what? I find it quite interesting because you said that she got back the masters of her music. She redid those songs, and we saw that was something she was really passionate about. Why does Taylor Swift resonate so much with so many people around the world in so many age categories? Because I'm a massive fan of hers.
Yeah.
I know, like, my much younger girls I know are a massive fan. She just sort of spans everything. Is it because she's got such a lovely voice, or is it because she's such a good businesswoman? She's got great work ethic. What is it about her?
I think it's a pretty much a combination of everything, because if you look back at the last 2 decades, right, as somebody who has been a fan for 17 years and grown up almost with her, I see her as, and I think fans too, like if you think about, not to be like parasocial, but like it's almost like she's the older sister that you never had or like you wish you had, because throughout her life, right, we've talked about how she's opened up her life. She's always spoken about her life specifically through songwriting. So I think when you resonate to those lyrics, even if you're not exactly going through that specific experience that she has, it's the way that she finds that poetic depth in her song lyrics that people can finally, like, they can kind of resonate to, they can hold on to. And then if you think about it, throughout those 2 decades, she's always been reinventing herself. You sometimes see artists releasing the same album again and again, and it's not any different. So when you think about the businesswoman that she is, she does really push herself, and I think that also, when you think about life, right, you never want to be, we think of our lives in chapters, in seasons. So I think that's what she tries to capture when it comes to her songwriting and her work and trying to reinvent herself, which I think everybody can relate to.
Yeah, absolutely. Favorite Taylor Swift song?
Probably Maroon.
Oh, I love that
Yes.
song. That's such a great song. Mine is actually Red. And I feel like
nice.
that's a really old song, but I absolutely love it. I
Yeah.
also love the Tortured Poets Department. I
Yes.
thought that was a brilliant album.
It's absolutely
so great.
So
and then
poetic.
we've got the Showgirl one coming up, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Oh my God,
12th
so
album.
much to celebrate.
So
Thank you so much. I love Taylor Swift. That was a great conversation.
Yes,
Thank
no,
you so
absolutely.
much.
Thank you.
Zainab, Amir, thank you so much. A reminder of our top stories. Trump's 50% tariffs on India take effect as Modi promises tax cuts and urges support for Make in India. Meanwhile, Trump is holding a White House meeting on Gaza as new details emerge about a deadly hospital strike. And a shooting at a US school leaves 2 children dead and 17 others injured. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. The Riz Khan Show will be coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Almost all news outlets reported on the latest episode of President Trump's tariff wars, this time with the full weight of American tariffs, about 50%, going into effect against India. American newspapers continue to focus on Federal Reserve power struggle with the president, with many reporting on federal government Lisa Cook's intention to sue over firing. On the other global issues, the developments in the Middle East and also the investigations into Israel's double targeting of a Nasser hospital in Gaza continued to receive quite a bit of attention as well. And on a lighter note, many newspapers and media outlets reported today on the high-profile engagement of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. We'll start with the New York Times, which published a comprehensive report reviewing President Trump's aggressive new tariff plan, which marks one of the most sweeping trade moves in U.S. history. Nearly every country faces higher duties, with some nations hit far harder than others. India, for example, is now subject to tariffs as high as 50%, while Canada and Mexico secured limited exemptions under the USMCA framework. Also, the report included charts and maps, as you can see, showing American tariff rates in comparison to where they stood previously. The report explains how Trump is also ending the long-standing exemption on small imports under $800, meaning everyday Americans could feel the pinch when shopping online. The piece suggests Trump's tariffs are designed to strengthen U.S. leverage abroad, but warns they may also drive up costs at home, leaving families and businesses to bear the consequences. And we'll stay with the New York Times, which also published a report reviewing the growing clash between Washington and New Delhi over India's oil trade with Russia. The piece highlights President Trump's decision as a pressuring tactic on India after Trump accused the country of funding Russia's war in Ukraine. The report contends that Trump he is seeking to pressure Moscow and close also America's $44 billion trade deficit with India. To do so, he imposed steep 50% tariffs on Indian goods. The piece also goes on to explain how India became one of Russia's largest buyers of crude, importing nearly half of its oil from Moscow at discounted prices. While India insists these purchases are essential for its fast-growing economy, critics argue the trade undermines Western sanctions. The report shows how Trump's move threatens to derail U.S.-India relations, raising questions about energy security, global alliances, and the cost of geopolitical rivalry. Moving on to the Washington Post, which published a report examining President Trump's claims about Washington, D.C.'s recent 12-day homicide-free stretch. The report claims that while Trump hailed it as unprecedented, city records show an even longer 16-day streak earlier this year. The piece highlights how Trump and his aides exaggerated the achievement, with some officials even suggesting it was historic. Still, crime data does show a sharp decline in both violent and property crimes since Trump ordered a federal takeover of the D.C. police on August the 11th, though those numbers were already trending downward before. The report notes that Trump's new executive orders are pushing tougher bail rules, more policing, and even calling for the death penalty in homicide cases. Now, for residents, the report raises questions about crime policy, political spin, and real safety outcomes. The Post also published a report exploring President Trump's plan to remove Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, framing it as part of a broader effort to reshape central bank. While the move may appear technical, the report stresses its direct impact on everyday Americans. The Federal Reserve sets interest rates which affect mortgages, credit card debt, and also the job market, and undermining its independence could create uncertainty in financial markets and also risk higher borrowing costs for households. The piece also warns that politicizing the Fed could reduce global confidence in the U.S. economy, potentially raising prices and weakening the dollar. The report concludes that for ordinary citizens, Trump's challenge to the Fed is less about Washington power struggles and more about the stability of their daily economic lives. As for the Wall Street Journal, it was cautiously pessimistic about President Trump's unprecedented attempt to fire Lisa Cook, warning the move could end decades of Fed independence from the White House. The report warns that while markets reacted calmly, investors may be underestimating the long-term consequences. It goes on to say that if Trump succeeds or even partly shapes the Fed with loyal appointees, interest rates could increasingly reflect political goals rather than economic data. That could mean, indeed, higher, more volatile inflation and also weaker confidence in U.S. financial stability. The piece also stresses that no president has ever tried to remove a Fed governor, making this a historic test. It concludes that Americans should prepare for the shift, where monetary policy becomes another battleground for partisan politics. The Telegraph's coverage of the double Israeli strike on Nasser Hospital in Gaza a few days ago offers a detailed, on-the-ground account of the attack that killed 20 people, including journalists, medics, patients, and rescue workers. The report highlights the competing narratives. The IDF claims the attack targeted a Hamas-operated camera, while eyewitnesses and media sources underscore the indiscriminate impact on civilians and medical staff. The report meticulously also reconstructs the sequence of events, noting the 10-minute gap between strikes that amplified casualties. Legal and ethical concerns are also raised, particularly regarding proportionality, intent, and the potential classification as a war crime. The piece contextualizes the strike within ongoing Israeli-Palestinian hostilities, emphasizing the broader humanitarian and reputational consequences for Israel. After causing a political whirlwind yesterday, Nigel Farage's reform announcement was the focus of many news or British newspapers today. The Times published an analysis of Farage's Reform UK immigration policy, and it critically examined the feasibility of deporting up to 600,000 migrants within 5 years. The report highlights the plan's sweeping scope, including repealing human rights laws, detaining asylum seekers, and also arranging deportations to high-risk countries such as Afghanistan and Eritrea. It underscores the logistical and legal challenges, from securing detention facilities and arranging flights to navigating international treaties. The piece also notes that the use of financial incentives and potential deals with third countries or overseas territories. Overall, the analysis portrays the plan as politically provocative, but highly impractical and also costly, as well as riddled with ethical and legal concerns, leaving its real-world implementation deeply uncertain. The Economist tried to answer the question of whether foreign tourists have really avoided America this year. In its report, The Economist highlights how America's tourism industry is feeling the impact of President Trump's polarizing policies. Tariffs, increased deportations, and National Guard deployments have contributed to a noticeable drop in foreign visitors, particularly from Canada. The report points out that while some areas like Florida resorts are performing well and domestic travelers are indeed spending more inside the country, the overall trend is downward. The piece quotes analysts who warn this decline could cost the U.S. billions and worsen the tourism trade deficit. The report emphasizes that political tensions are directly influencing travel patterns, suggesting that the country's international appeal is eroding and that the economic repercussions may be long-lasting if the current climate continues. And we'll end with the Daily Mail, which provides an insider look at Taylor Swift's engagement to Travis Kelce, highlighting the romantic planning behind the scenes. Sources reveal that Kelce orchestrated the proposal entirely himself, seeking family blessings and carefully choosing a $1 million diamond ring. Friends and family describe the event as a traditional and also heartfelt affair, of course, both families, or it reflects both families' support. The report emphasizes Kelsey's meticulous attention to details, as you can see from these pictures, as well as his long-standing commitment to Swift, and also hints at a grand wedding in the making. By blending celebrity glamour with behind-the-scenes insights, the piece frames the engagement as both a public spectacle and an intimate family milestone, appealing to fans' fascination with Swift's personal life. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, Mohammed Al-Bouti is the CEO of the National Housing Company and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. Can I just start by asking you, what is the role of the NHC and how does your strategy match up with Vision 2030?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to join you today on Realities. NHC, or National Housing Company, we see ourselves more than just a real estate developer. We work as a master developer, where we build and design modern, livable communities that improve the quality of life of our residents and drive economic growth on a long-term vision. NHC has a direct contribution to one of the major achievements of Saudi Vision 2030, which is the home ownership percentage. The home ownership target for the Saudi Vision or housing program is to reach 70% by 2030, 65% by 25. Actually, we, as a housing program, we achieved that a year ahead. In 24, we achieved 65% as a home ownership. NHC played a major role, has a direct contribution to that achievement, and we are continuing as a company for delivering and targeting the 70% by 2030. We are actively working 17 cities across the kingdom, 39 mega projects across the kingdom. We are managing 284 million square meter of lands. We have a pipeline to supply 600,000 units, valued as a value of just the residential part around $500 billion Saudi riyals. We have sold till today around more than 100,000 homes across the kingdom. We expect our communities to host more than 2 million residents across the communities that we are developing. We led just in 24 alone, we led almost 62% of all off-plan sales across the kingdom. We facilitated almost 30% of all subsidized home finance. We are actively supporting the Saudi Vision 2030, and it's one of the major players supporting the Saudi Vision, even through housing program or quality of life programs, or even other programs.
OK, so clearly lots of new homes are being built across the kingdom. And as you say, this is all very much a part of Vision 2030. Just tell us, how would you assess the economic impact of the NHC?
Yes, you know, if you just look to the number that we just mentioned, you see the how is the impact through our activities. I'll take just a glance of 25. We expect NHC that will add close to 30 billion contribution to the GDP, which is equivalent to 1.1% of the non-oil GDP in 25. We will support more than 180,000 jobs in just the year of 25. This is equivalent to almost one job for every 84 jobs supported during the 25. This is just a clear sign of the impact of NHC and its operation to the economy and to different industries, constructions and other real estate related industries.
OK, so I mean, these are big numbers, aren't they? 1.1% of non-oil GDP, 180,000 jobs supported. Just tell us a bit about the sorts of partnerships, in particular international partnerships, that the NHC has right now.
Yes. As a strategy of NHC, we believe in partnership. We believe in collaboration with local and international developers. We believe in the partnership with international developers for building better communities. That is globally inspired, but locally rooted. We have a partnership and collaboration from Far East to the Far West, including Middle East, GCC, and Europe. Example, we have from Far East, we have a partner. We signed a partnership with the City Group, one of the leading groups in China. Very soon, we will announce a partnership with one of the leading Korean companies. From GCC, we have a partnership with Al-Khawhaji from Bahrain. From Egypt, from the Middle East, we have signed a two partnership with Talat Mustafa Group and Mountain View. From Turkey, we had signed agreement with Amlak Konut. We signed a partnership with a company from Spain called the Orbis. And from the Far West, we signed or we started our partnership 4 years ago with the K Hovnanian, which is one of the listed companies in the US that started with us 4 years ago. Those agreements with international developers worth about 40 billion of investments in our projects, which is a clear sign and of the potential trust of the Saudi market in general, the real estate development industry in Saudi, and the trust of the national real estate developer in the kingdom, which is National Housing Company. Let's see.
OK, now we've already talked about Vision 2030, and I'm sure you're aware the clock is ticking. We're just 4 years, 5 months and a couple of weeks away from Vision 2030, and before that year becomes a reality. What are your priorities at the NHC in the meantime?
We have several priorities. Our main and the most important priority is to supply 600,000 homes by 2030. This is a major mandate, supplying to the market, contribution to home ownership, supplying even for beneficiaries, balancing the prices, meeting the demand of the housing in general in the next 5 to 6 years. Such a huge mandate and priority give us second priority, which is securing the supply chain for building those communities. So one major priority for us, how to secure the supply chain. This is now a priority for us, big initiative to secure the materials on time and on budget. And to secure the supply chain, we started to localize those materials to ensure availability of the materials and construction materials and even contractors to deliver such a big mandate of supplying those homes. In addition, we have one of our priorities, how to have our relation with our customer with a very user-friendly journey with our customers. Where we have a digital arm for digital arm, we spin that digital arm for a separate company. We called it NHC Innovation to work in the services, real estate services, and city operation services for our communities and even for the whole kingdom.
Okay, so lots happening on the supply side, 600,000 new houses by the year 2030. Presumably, lots happening as well on the demand side of things as well. Just talk us through the sort of main trends, if you will.
You know, we work and had planned based on the demand and with the central government as well, how to get the land bank that can support us to meet that demand. In our ecosystem and model, we sell units for beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries. So based on our studies, we know there is a huge demand from locals, even from now non-Saudis. There is some circumstances around that, let's say, industry, which is including how to get the right finance for those homes to be sold. So we study that, we study the trends, we study the any circumstances, especially for construction cost, financing or interest rate, and best we deal with it month by month. How to have different option of home financing, even cash for cash customer through banks, changing the design of the unit to track the ticket price of the units based on any changes in the market dynamics and the trend of the markets to make us able to sell those units, get sales proceed, and then deliver the communities within the time.
Okay, now you touched on this at the beginning of the interview, sir, but we've been talking a lot about Vision 2030 on this programme and how quality of life is really central to that vision. What's the exact role you see housing playing in that vision?
For NHC, always we speak that we are not home builder. Our mandate is not to build homes or boxes. It's more beyond that. It's how to improve quality of life, how people can live their best life within those communities. So, yes, it is right, one major mandate for us to supply the 600,000 units, but within a quality of life communities. So from master planning, we are thinking of how people will live in those communities. We consider all criteria, the street, how we ensure that the street you drive on is accessible, sidewalk that you walk in, how it is peaceful and safe, the landscape, how it is green and peaceful, the community center, how it is within reach in less than 5 minutes, the schools that the kids will attend, how it's close to their homes in a safe environment, and all other aspects that post handover, how the resident will best or live in those communities of their best life. They can enjoy, can play, can work within those communities. So all these we consider it in early planning, in our master planning, and how we will have those. This concept is active. People live it post handover of those communities.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, I mean, I'm sure there are quite a lot of challenges as well that face the housing sector and face, many aspects of such an enormous transformation. Just tell us a bit more about how you're addressing those challenges.
If you mean the challenges, in construction, real estate development, there is usually there's two kind of challenges. One related to supply, one related to demand or the finance. So usually one of the major challenges is the ensuring the supply chain and the materials within the target prices that we planned for. Our model is off-plan sales, so we sell, then we build. So one of the challenges, how to ensure that we get the prices that once we set the sales price, we get the prices that ensure that we can deliver within budget. To overcome such a challenge, we started one, as I just mentioned, one major initiative, how to secure the supply chain locally and how to localize it, and how to sign a frame agreement to hedge the prices for materials during the construction time to ensure that we can overcome such a challenge of let's say, construction spikes, so we can overcome it. On the other hand, usually with changing in the interest rate, this is affect immediately the affordability and the product. So sometimes we have to deal always with the interest rate. When it comes high, we have to deal with it. When the interest rate decreased, then we deal with it with different products. So it is a challenge, but it is always a challenge, and we have to deal with it. Example now, once the interest rate become higher than 24 and 22, 23, we change our product. We had even introduced a different financing option, different payment method. We increased the cash customers, and just to let you know, in 24 was the interest rate was the highest. At that year, 24, it was the highest for us as a sales. We sold in 24 more than 23 and 22 together. Even as the interest rate was higher because we introduced different products, different payment method, different financing option for our customer. Demand always there, but we have to make our product accessible, sellable to our clients.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. A real pleasure speaking to you. Mohammed Al-Bouti, the CEO of the National Housing Company. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The Trump name is a loaded one and carries with it both positive and negative traits, depending on your view of the current US president. For Fred Trump III, it's a name that has often created challenges because of his strained relationship with his uncle, perhaps even more so since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Fred is a passionate advocate for people with disabilities, as his youngest son, William, now in his mid-20s, has serious communication and physical challenges. In his book published in 2024, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, Fred said that Donald Trump, in his first presidential term, had told him to let his son William die and move to Florida. Despite the rift, Fred Trump is still keen for his uncle to support his advocacy for disabled people, although, as he told me, He believes Donald Trump's second term as president is a dangerous one. Fred, it's good to speak to you. It's been almost a year since we last spoke. And at that time, Donald Trump was campaigning. We discussed a lot about what would happen if he got into the White House again. Now, what did you make of what seemed to be, for a lot of people saying, is a decisive victory?
Yeah, I don't think it was decisive in terms of the numbers. For sure, it was a very slim majority that he won, which he did. But we've never seen anybody like him who will take a razor-thin majority and turn it into what he's turned it into. And you have to give him credit for that. I mean, I said it in my book all along. He is relentless, and he is going to do many of the things I said. He is full charged, full of energy. And does he make mistakes? In my opinion, yes. He'll never admit that. But he's doing stuff that no other president does. Now, you either agree with it or not, but he's in your face every single day.
In your opinion, what defines this presidency of Donald Trump compared with his first term?
A couple of things. He surrounded himself with what you may call legitimate cabinet members and folks that were around him. Yes, we've all used the word, guardrails. I was with him often at the beginning of his first term, and you could tell he was not happy with it. He comes from the hard-charging New York City real estate world, and now all of a sudden there are people telling him that there are rules that have to be followed. Second term, all bets are off. No guardrails, no rules. He will take advantage of anything he can. And again, as a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, I've always, since I was able to vote, have voted Democrat. There's a little envy in me, and I have a little Twitter account that has, a few thousand people, and I'm just constantly saying, and it's hard to say, but Democrats have to stop being so principled. They have to learn how to fight like he does. And just selfishly, I was kind of disappointed that the Harris campaign didn't use me a little more, because I grew up in the same neighborhood Donald did. I'm from Queens, and we know how to fight. So and that to use a word that Donald uses almost every day, that campaign, in my opinion, was a disaster. It should have been a victory for the Democrats.
In terms of where things are for the Democrats now, where does it leave them? Because, of course, it was one of those situations where people said, well, this was an opportunity, but obviously it was lost.
Yeah, it was lost. Bad campaign managers for Harris. Yeah, listen, she was thrown into a very difficult position. But when she didn't sort of disavow some of the Biden policies that she was involved with, I grant you. But here's the way I look at it. Donald's constituents, his fans, if you will, love him. I mean, you saw the Madison Square Garden before the election. I mean, they love him. In fact, there was one guy that spoke I actually went to junior high school with, and he was telling a story that I remember quite well. But these people, they have their signs. Was there anyone that really would cry in the stands for Kamala Harris when she came out? There was no true enthusiasm, except if you throw Beyonce in there. That was tough. You can't. I mean, you have to match his energy if that's possible.
The thing is that it seems, according to the critics, that Democrats don't have anyone with real charisma now to take on someone like Donald Trump. I mean, irrespective of whether he's a good guy or bad guy, according to your position, he's got that presence that people seem to like, especially in America.
And I couldn't agree more. And if you don't mind, I'll throw out some names that I think are really ones to look after. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky, this state senator from Texas, James Tallarico. Now, he should start off running for Senate. They're all really super smart. And Gavin Newsom, of course. I mean, you can't not have him in the conversation. But they're lacking that ability to attract passion from their people. I love Wes Moore. I think he's got a great backstory and all this, but I just don't know if he has the ability to go out there and take a knockout punch to his opponents.
We seem to live in a world, though, where, if you like, the strong guy seems to be the hero for a lot of people. We have Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He's pretty much doing what he wants. We have Vladimir Putin in Russia doing pretty much what he wants, and Donald Trump in America doing pretty much what he wants. It seems it's a time for these guys who are really strong to just plow their way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that list could be expanded by dozens. I keep saying, and I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Texas, with the redistricting. And I was, again, on my Twitter feed saying, all right, Democrats, don't just say, oh, if they do it, we're going to do it. Why can't you, instead of being reactive, be proactive? Where's the smart guy in the Democratic leadership that says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's gerrymander 5 seats in California before they even think about it. But it's always, oh, they're doing it. It's terrible. So we're going to do it. We don't want to do it because it's really not the way our principles are. Yeah, I want to win is what I want to do. I want this party to win.
Isn't part of the problem, Fred, that politics, the world over actually, but particularly now in America, have become a case of whatever the other side says, we're going to oppose, even if it was originally our idea. It seems to be simply just negating what the other side says rather than coming up with original policies that might actually be bipartisan.
I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, certainly in this country, there is very little appetite for bipartisanship. And as you know, my incredible advocacy and passion and wanting to get out there to speak on the rights of the disabled, I kept saying, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Disability is going to, in one form or another, it's going to affect every family in this country. Yet there's no consensus on what to do about it. And it's a huge issue. And what I really was disturbed at with the Harris campaign, and again, I had a personalized letter sent directly to her and her chief of staff saying, I'm here. Let's forget, if you can, for a second, what being disabled means and the tens of millions. Let's put it in pure political terms. There are 60 million people in America that are afflicted with some sort of disability. That is a huge voting block. And believe me, I was involved with many organizations, and all of them are saying, we can't believe that the head of our party right now, Kamala Harris, and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who has a son who's disabled, I didn't hear them use the word disabled once. So again, if you want to put it in truly political terms, disability is a major voting block.
Fred, I'm going to circle back round to that in a minute, but let me carry on with what Donald Trump's been doing since he's come into office and how much things have changed since January of this year. Now, a couple of things. First of all, what did you make of his various claims? I'm going to stop wars in a day and so on. Of course, that hasn't happened. What did you make of the kind of broad brush statements he made?
Well, if there was anybody out there that believed that, but his MAGA base tends to believe stuff like that. Now we're 6-8 months into it, and we'll see tomorrow if there's any progress. I'm sure he's not thrilled with the fact that he's being played by Putin, as many people are saying. I think he's way too close, and trust me, I'm no expert on the Middle East, but as a layperson, political junkie, I think he's too close to Netanyahu with what's happening right now. I think when you start seeing him tout his stopping the war with Congo or Azerbaijan or that's him trying to make up for the fact that he's not having any success with the two big ones.
What about his what seems to be fairly big appetite for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is interesting how that comes up all the time now. I think it's just going back to Barack Obama, who Obama sort of lives rent-free in his brain. Obama, and I disagree with this too, but Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. So I don't know how I think that really drives Donald nuts. and he wants it. There's no doubt. It's a mission for him right now. I've never personally heard him talk about it with me, but it is one of the most forward things in his mind.
Yet it seems that many leaders are kind of cozying up to him by nominating him now. It's happened 3 or 4 times where people seem to be wanting to win favor. Why do you think people are so desperate to keep Donald Trump happy?
Because he can make them very sad. If you get on his bad side, it could cost you. So I think we see it every time, except for maybe Zelensky. Everybody who goes into the White House, tries to curry favor with him in one way or another.
For a lot of people, he seems to be wielding power that seems to be way beyond what most people would have expected the US president to have, that there would be more checks and balances.
Yeah, I think those rules are gone for now. And I said early on when my book came out last year that, people don't care as much about the Constitution as they used to. I remember when I was in grade school, actually, Donald and I had the same teacher in high school, 17 years apart, who literally would read the Constitution and we would have to write it down in a green book. So we knew what the Constitution meant. Now it's, who cares about it anymore on the right side? I'm not going to necessarily say on the left, but yeah, he's taking advantage of everything he can. And he may lose some court battles, but, with temporary restraining orders, but in the end, a lot of it comes back to his favor. And I don't know if it's his great attorneys or what, but he has won some things that I wouldn't have even imagined 5 years ago happening.
There are those who have the opinion that the checks and balances, if not coming through the political system, will come in other ways. I've heard, for example, the financial markets end up as a check and balance against the president's action. When the tariffs were first being announced, there was such a reaction in the financial markets that Donald Trump had to kind of pull back. That perhaps it's the laws of nature, if you want to see them that way, might actually hold him back in some of his actions.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he has this masterly ability of starting off at a point and reeling it back in. And you definitely saw that with the tariffs. Was it April 2nd when and the markets just absolutely crashed. And I cautioned the Democrats saying, A, don't wish for inflation to come because that's just bad for the American people. But he'll find a way, as I said, to reel it back where what he said is not really what he means. And you saw the market is at an all-time high. We had a very bad PPI, producer price index number today. Markets reacted dismally right off the bat, and then they're starting to claw its back. So, here's the thing. He is always in somebody's ear. Okay, he'll dial up Goldman Sachs the other day. He'll dial up some other companies. He'll dial up somebody in the government saying, you better write this now, okay? And don't say it was a bad PPI number. It was Biden's number. It was a bad, statistic. He will always find a way to win, to make him look good. And it's a genius.
Do they listen? Do you think everyone listens?
Who is everyone?
Meaning the people he calls up. If he's in someone's ear, are they all obliged to listen?
I can only go back to an old anecdote in real estate. Now, I was in real estate for 35 years in the city, and Donald would always tout himself as the biggest landlord in Manhattan, which absolutely wasn't true. There were a number of real estate families that had been around for generations, and I knew a few of them pretty darn well. And they would basically say, you know what, when we see that in the newspaper, we just kind of laugh and say, let him have his fun. So yeah, I'm sure there are guys out there that are saying, "Oh, sure, we'll do what you want," because you don't want to be under his thumb.
Fred, as a journalist, I keep my opinions out of this, but I'm going to say what a lot of people say, and that is, some of the statements Donald Trump makes, when he says it's complicated or it's something people don't understand, but I understand better than anyone else, that this actually masks a lack of knowledge. Now, again, your family, irrespective of your issues, and knowing him well growing up, would you say he is genuinely a smart person?
Yeah, I think he's a smart guy. Yeah. And he has a lot of smart people. Maybe smart different than, certainly in the beginning, Goldman Sachs smart. He had street smart guys. And that's what a lot of his knowledge, it's street smart. So when he says it's common sense, he truly means that. That's what he bases a lot of his decisions on. It's common sense. Like, who would have thought he would have gone up to Harlem last year during the campaign? He's not going to win. Well, guess what? He went up to Harlem and he was a hero for going up there. And he wound up winning the younger black vote. Anyway, so to get back to your point, he may not have the knowledge of a MIT professor like his uncle and my Uncle John, who was in the news a couple of months ago. Donald put him in the news. But he just has a knowledge of so many things. I mean, when I hung around with him, his knowledge of sports, his knowledge of this, it's pretty amazing. And he gets that from his father. I mean, my grandfather used to pour through newspapers every time I saw him on the weekends. And, Donald's the same.
Now, of course, his claims are often disputed and often disproved through analysis. But there is a feeling that somehow he's managed to manipulate the system and enrich himself greatly through whatever measures are coming through, in his presidency. Of course, he's meant to be detached from those. What's your opinion on the way the family business has been run, irrespective of him essentially supposed to be hands-off?
I don't think he cares. I really don't. And he's got enough people that say, we don't care, that you don't care. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, would say, the Biden crime family. Okay, but it was, at least Donald is saying it out loud. And, that was just brushed over. So I really just don't think they care. Let people say that it's crooked or it's this or it's that. We like making money. We're going to make money any way we can. And that's it. I haven't seen any real blowback from it.
Well, we spoke last year in September, Fred, actually just a few days before the anniversary of your father's passing. So I know you'll be commemorating that again in the coming weeks. At that time, your book had only been a couple of months old. You'd published in the summer, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. A lot of people at that time, and I questioned you on it, said it was designed to kind of disrupt Donald Trump's presidential campaign, that the timing was aimed at trying to push things the other way and kind of reveal his not so bright side or not so kind side. What sort of feedback have you had since then on the book? And in light of the presidential win, perhaps any feedback from your family?
Well, I'll say that the feedback was, I of course got the, you're just doing this for the money, but and that's fine. I knew that was coming. It was initially not written for that purpose. I thought it was a very well balanced book, and that is generally what most everybody says. They appreciated the fact that I tried to do it in a level-headed way. They knew that I would take shots from my family, but I thought that what was going to occur with Donald's second term would be a dangerous thing. And I turned out to be pretty right in most everything I said. Now, do I regret some of the things I said? I've been back and forth with one of my cousins, and we used to have a good relationship. It's very tense. I would like to get back in touch with Donald. When the assassination attempt came, I wrote him something after the election. I congratulated him and said, look, I'm not congratulating you on your policies. I'm just congratulating you because you're my uncle. I hope to somehow get back to have some type of relationship with him. I said very clearly, I was actually in DC being interviewed by a few UK outfits. And I said, what I really wish he had done was say, okay, pal, I know how important disability issues are for you. So why don't you come down and let's figure out something to do? That never happened. And that was troubling. But again, yes, there were some things that people misconstrued that I regret saying about him. So I'm sorry for that. But I disagree with nearly everything that's happening right now. It's uncomfortable personally for me. My family, my direct family has been adversely affected by it, but that's the way it goes. I'm not whining about it. It's just the way it is.
Now, you did say, Fred, the book was written to basically honor your father and his memory as well, and also to explain your passion, your advocacy for people with disabilities. And I was going to ask you first, and it was something I should have asked at the top, I guess, of the show, is how is William doing?
Thank you for asking. William's doing well. He lives in a group home in a town right next to one my wife and I live in. Let me just tell you, this country is so ill-equipped to take care of people who need assistance like this. And it's not just what's going to occur with cuts to Medicaid, because that's coming and that's going to be devastating. It's also the immigration issue, where I'm going to say nearly every caregiver I know is not born in this country. And I mean, they're all here legitimately, but those who are on temporary protective status, we all have heard stories of ICE going after them. Now, these are people I've gotten to know. And when that Haitian thing happened last summer in Springfield, Ohio, I spoke out about it. I said, wait a second. Many of William's aides are Haitian, and you come and do that job, okay? It is a tough, grinding job every single day. And they have to take care of their family. And they probably have another job because they're only getting paid $18, $19, $20 an hour. It's sick in this country that we can't figure it out. And I got to know a great old friend of mine, worked with Indra Nui at Pepsi for decades. And I had the opportunity to speak with her. And she goes, Fred, it's great what you're doing. And because my book was was out in India, she goes, you got to tell that story because it's rampant in India. It's rampant in Australia. Every country that I have had the opportunity to speak to, disability issues, and I don't get it. We're all going to be affected with it. I mean, I'm probably 10, 15 years away from needing home health care or something like that. We all are. We're all getting it. I just had a good friend who's had his third child, and she's going to be in the hospital for 2 months. And what effect will that have on the rest of her life? And who will be there to help? It's an issue that's just got to be dealt with.
It's actually interesting that in the Middle East, in general, there's been kind of a move to see people with disabilities not as being disabled, but having determination. So the term often used is people with determination.
100%. I mean, I've always said that about William. He's the most courageous person. Imagine being in a wheelchair, not being able to speak, not being able to bathe yourself or brush your teeth or tell people that you're hurting. Imagine the courage it takes to have somebody you don't know come in and start taking care of you. But yes, the absolute determination of these people, it's so humbling. It is a very small word to what it really is. I give everyone who lives with a disability, no matter what it is, this country looks down on those people, and they shouldn't. They should, and you make a great point. They should look to them with respect.
Well, we touched on last time how the story had come out, how your uncle Donald Trump had essentially quietly said to you, why he doesn't know who you are. William doesn't know who you are. Why don't you just leave him to die and move to Florida? That stuck with me, of course, and that's being quoted quite widely.
Yeah, no, he said it, and I wish he hadn't. I don't know if he wishes he hadn't said it. And that's just, that's just the way it goes. I tried to make the case that, there's the lack of empathy. And empathy is what this country really needs a little more of.
Well, the reason I'd waited on this topic until now, Fred, is also because when we spoke last time, you talked about how many immigrants, you mentioned again now, how many immigrants are involved in the care services. And in the case of William, too, you said many of the people who have helped him are also from immigrant backgrounds as well, not born in the USA. And I'm wondering, since we last spoke, has there been any indication from what you know that any of those people have been affected? That obviously they're probably a bit wary now with the whole ICE agent situation.
Yeah, obviously I can't get into any specifics, but sure, yes, I've heard of situations, not just for the caregivers, but for their family members. So yes, it is out there.
I was going to say, are you sensing a general tension among the immigrant community where you are?
Sure. And by the way, it's not easy to have the last name Trump when this is all happening. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Of course, it will always be something you carry. You had actually said earlier on in our conversation how you were disappointed the Democrats hadn't used you in the campaigning prior to the election. That would have been partly, obviously, or largely perhaps, because of your Trump name. But then there's also that potential liability, isn't there?
Liability in terms of?
Well, meaning that, again, bringing a Trump on the other side, it becomes more again about the Trump name and perhaps would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I thought I had a great story to tell, but they thought otherwise. And okay. I also went into local races. There was a woman who was a representative from the town I went to school in, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I remember sending her a signed copy of the book before the election, way before. And I got in touch. I said, why don't you have me here? My dad went to Lehigh. I went to Lehigh. And my son went to Lehigh. I know these people. Why don't you have me come down and at least talk? And they wanted no part. So, yeah, maybe they're smarter than I am. Maybe mine was more of an emotional thing. But
there is possibly the risk of retribution because there is a feeling that if you cross Donald Trump, that there's going to be some kind of outcome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had other than, people that I come in contact with, every now and then there's no black and white. They either love him or they hate him. So if they know me and they're MAGA Republicans, they're going to let me know that my book sucked and sorry. And you shouldn't be doing that. He's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, that's great. That's their opinion. I have no problem with that.
You're not the only one who wrote about it, though, Fred, because obviously your sister Mary also was quite scathing in her opinion.
Yeah, I would say more scathing than me. Mine, of course, was based on real personal history with Donald, as opposed to Mary, who really didn't have a relationship with him.
Let me ask you about what's happening in the health sector as we're talking on this topic. One of the people I interviewed on my show during the presidential campaign, and he was running for president at the time, was RFK Jr., who then ended up as health secretary. What have you made of, first of all, your thoughts on him as a person, because he's also quite divisive, but then also on how the health sector is going and how it might affect the lives of your family members, including William?
Just very quick anecdote. The first time I met Bobby, he was in a battle with Donald. Donald owned a piece of property up in Westchester and wanted to put a bunch of golf courses, a golf course and a bunch of houses up there. And Bobby Kennedy was on his water. He was pro water. You can't use all this water. It's very important. And while that was going on, I flew down with Donald and my wife and my baby daughter. And Bobby Kennedy was on the plane. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Here they are fighting against each other. But, take a ride on my plane. It did give me the opportunity to meet Ethel Kennedy, though, which was one of the great treats of my life.
But RFK Jr. seems to be stirring it up in the health sector anyway. How do you see the various things happening?
I think he's just a very dangerous guy. How anybody listens to him. Now, his healthier eating, okay, I get that. That's fine. But I don't want to rely too much on very, very smart people, but in this case, I want to listen to what the scientists have to say. And there's a large majority that think he's just a hack and dangerous. And I'm disappointed in Donald that he would put somebody in that position that is so important. And frankly, we may not know the effects of his policies for years to come. That's part of the problem. And look, I hope it all goes well. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I just think the way he goes about it is absolutely wrong.
There was a sense among some people that he has had to pull back a little bit, having taken on this role, the responsibility involved. And of course, he has to now work for everyone, that perhaps he's pulled back a little bit on some of his ideas.
Yeah, you don't hear as much from him these days. So maybe he's trying to serious up a little bit and getting a lot of blowback. I hope so.
Fred, the last time we spoke, of course, The Apprentice, the movie, the biopic on your uncle was coming out. You said you wouldn't see it. Did you end up going to see it?
No, I had no interest. I never watched the TV show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was thinking irrespective, just to see what sort of take they had on Donald Trump.
No, I honestly didn't care.
Now, you had mentioned also at the time your book might become a movie. What were the prospects of that?
Not very good. No, some people had talked to me, but it would just take too much, and it was too much, and that's fine too. That was more maybe my ego being stroked a little bit, but yeah, no, there was no real chance that was going to happen.
Well, certainly it wouldn't be the best time for it to happen now with Donald Trump in the White House, but it's possibly something that might get revisited.
Maybe.
What do you see in terms of the follow-up on the story? Do you see, I mean, obviously you've done this book as a tribute to your father and to William. What else do you see yourself delving into when it comes to the Trump family and what you might want to write about?
Oh, I don't know if I have another book in me. I just want to, again, say pretty much everything I said regarding Donald and his policies, Project 2025, have all pretty much come to fruition. And we have, 3.5 more years to go through. We'll see. Next November is going to be extremely important with the congressional races. Democrats should, if history shows the party out of power comes through, but I wouldn't put anything past Donald and his Republican colleagues of pulling something out.
Well, there has also been mention of Donald Trump seeing if the Constitution can be changed to allow him to take another term.
Well, again, if you remember, I did say that he will run again in 2028. And I think the Supreme Court decision last year giving wider sway in executive powers, maybe he'll just say, I'm going to sign an executive order making me president again. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I laugh nervously, but I wouldn't put it past him.
There was also a film called Civil War that was made about America becoming so divided, and it was pretty grim. It was taking a journalist perspective on the story. In that sense, how do you feel about the way the USA is going in terms of its society, in terms of the divisions? Do you see the greater divisions that a lot of people talk about, and do you ever see those being healed?
I do see the divisions. I think they're obvious. They're unfortunate. I've said it before. I'm a huge Godfather fan, and one of the great lines is, it takes a war every 5 years, every 10 years. If the Republicans get clobbered next November, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Republican Party then. Are they just going to finally say, we're done, we got to move forward? Or is Donald going to, do what he does? Just say, not me, we're moving forward. I didn't lose that election. It was you guys. It's going to be a combination of that and the Democrats getting a real leader in the party, because it sure isn't Chuck Schumer and it sure isn't Hakeem Jeffries, who I had great hopes for being a New Yorker. But I just don't see anybody with the pizzazz to really get out there and bare knuckle fight.
There is a sense, though, that the US also has lost its place as a global leader. What's your opinion on that?
You certainly, obviously, would know better than me, but I can't help but think that we're being ridiculed, just to put it into simple terms. We're not the great, sure, we're the great power for sure, but are we the moral compass? Are we the great leaders of the world right now? I'm not so sure we are, and that's really a shame, because nearly all my life we had been.
Well, as we wrap up, Fred, I was going to say, when we spoke last time, you'd said how your son William loved the song Road to Joy by Peter Gabriel. I did drop him an email. I never got to hear back. I mean, he's a very busy guy. But perhaps we can revisit that and maybe you'll have a chance to connect there as well. Fred, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for making the time.
Riz, thank you so much. Take care.
Well, Fred Trump III there discussing the second term of his uncle, US President Donald Trump. And that's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. And I'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, VistaJet is given clearance to operate domestic routes in Saudi Arabia, making it the first foreign private jet operator to be allowed to do so. We'll be speaking to the VistaJet CEO in just a moment. With tourist numbers rising across the kingdom, we're going to take you to the historic oasis of Al Ula, where ancient heritage and outdoor adventure are a big hit with visitors. We ask what's on offer in the upcoming tourist season. Plus, we take you to the region of Asir in southern Saudi Arabia, where a mountainous setting and cooler weather have been the perfect backdrop for a Wild West cowboy-themed town, and that's been drawing tourists from far and wide. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest moves to liberalise the skies above Saudi Arabia. Back in May, it was announced that barriers had been lifted, which prevented international charter operators from offering domestic services. Well, this in a bid to boost competitiveness and attract global investment, as well as expand the private aviation segment, all very much in line with Vision 2030. Well, it's been announced that the private jet operator VistaJet is set to be allowed to fly domestic routes in Saudi Arabia, making it the first foreign private jet operator to be allowed to do so. Well, we are delighted to be joined now by Thomas Flohr, who is the founder and chairman of VistaJet. He joins us from Milan. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Flohr. Very exciting news for VistaJet. What does this mean for your company?
Well, how are you? Great to see you. We're extremely excited to serve our new and the existing clients. And like you said, it's exactly in line with the vision of the leadership of the country. Obviously, with our global fleet, we have the infrastructure, we have the operations in place to immediately start serving. We actually already had our first flights in the country. And, on the back of the first half of 2025, we saw a 32% increase in our program members in the kingdom year over year. And that's kind of like highlighting the drive and demand for both domestic and the global flying that is coming from the country.
And when you say your program in Saudi Arabia, what does that mean? People who've bought into a sort of a subscription, a membership, how does it work?
That's exactly right. So typically, we're making it very, very simple for our clients. Rather than having to buy an airplane or a fraction of an airplane, they just buy the hours they need. It's a 3-year subscription, and they buy as many hours on whichever airplane serves them best, and they can use them anywhere in the world, whether it's being in the kingdom or in America or in Asia or in Europe. It's a global, simple membership. Very short contract, and it allows having access to our fleet of approximately 250 aircraft, no matter where and within shortest notice.
So what does your arrival in the Saudi domestic market mean for Saudi Arabia?
Well, it really brings the quality of operation that Vista has established since now more than 20 years on every continent around the world. And we can now offer exactly the same operational and service quality that we do anywhere else in the world. And so, as I mentioned earlier, it is our international clients that can now continue to use Vista within the country. And it's, of course, our very loyal and long-term Saudi client base that we have that can now use us within the country. And obviously, we're very excited to welcome a whole lot of new clients, being it large corporations or ultra-high net worth individuals, family offices that can join the Vista program.
I imagine you're pretty streamlined, but nevertheless, you're going to have some sort of a presence on the ground, I'm assuming. I mean, will you be hiring during the course of the next few months?
Of course, we in anticipation, we have been hiring. Our leader from a Salesforce point of view is actually Saudi since many years, so we have an advantage right there. And we're an attractive place to work for. So we'll continue to add to our Salesforce, continue to add to our operational infrastructure as the demand will be growing for our local operations.
Let's talk a bit about your future Saudi operation. I mean, what do you expect are going to be the main routes?
Well, I think it's definitely between the main cities in Saudi, but also, you know, there are some smaller airfields and smaller areas where, you know, either investors or business people need to get to very, very efficiently, maybe only stay for 24 hours and fly straight back to Riyadh or Jeddah. It's exactly that what we're serving within the country, making it so much more palatable and easy to use private jets within the country, and most importantly, in a very efficient way.
Tell us a bit about what it's been like getting set up in Saudi Arabia. What have been your main sort of takeaways?
Well, it has been an incredibly pleasant experience to work with the Gaga and the leadership in this process. It's a normal process that we have to go through. There is a lot of diligence. There is a lot of detailed understanding exactly how we operate. And that has been done in an extremely transparent way. And obviously, we're extremely pleased to have been awarded the license to fly within the country and now serve the country with our fleet, the famous silver with a red stripe fleet, and its impeccable service standards that we offer already everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, and you know, the very first foreign private jet operator to be given that award, that privilege. I want to ask you, I mean, you've touched upon this a little bit already, but who do you see as being sort of the typical VistaJet client? I mean, do you think the profile of the typical VistaJet client in Saudi Arabia will be any different from anywhere else in the world?
No, not really. I mean, we have 15 years of experience flying into Saudi from an international aspect, and we have a very significant customer base of Saudi companies and Saudi family offices or ultra-high net worth individuals that have chosen the Vista subscription over buying an airplane. And I think it's on the back of that 15 years experience that also impressed the authorities that we already have and that we're now expanding into these local flying opportunities. So I expect very much the same type of client between corporations that don't need to put an aircraft on a balance sheet. Think about it. When you buy one airplane, you know, it's very often, I always say, it's difficult to decide which one you fly, and you buy let's say a mid-range airplane. It takes you nonstop to Europe, but if you need to go to Asia or to America, you can't do it nonstop. You need to stop somewhere. But then again, if you buy an ultra long range, let's say Global 7500, our leading product, you get nonstop to America or to Tokyo, but do you really need to fly from Riyadh to Jeddah on a 7500? The answer is no. And that's exactly the Vista advantage, where you choose the airplane right for your trip. And, you know, Challenger 350 is perfectly fine for a shorter hop, and the ultra long range can be covered. So if you subscribe to our Vista program, you dedicate for a specific flight the airplane which is best for you. And that's incredibly efficient. And also from a cost point of view, much less expensive than owning a full aircraft. And you have the subscription 365 days a year. We all know aircraft are not available 365 days a year. Maybe they're available 310 days. And those are the efficiency drivers I think the kingdom is looking for. And we're bringing exactly that efficiency to the country.
Right, so you're basically saying companies have got the choice of not just having one plane, but having a whole fleet of planes for short haul, medium haul, long haul flights, or having a subscription with an operator like you. So I think you've done a good sell on that one. What are the main reasons people give you for flying private?
Well, look, I mean, it is certainly the efficiency, the time efficiency of whether it is, you know, a business leader, whether it is, you know, maybe it's a country leadership, it is executives, ambassadors, what have you. It is really that efficiency to get point to point in the shortest way possible, avoiding big airports, avoiding big queues, avoiding to change aircraft, or if you're flying in a more remote location. If you look at the privacy element of it, when you fly Vista, you're flying, yes, on a silver aircraft with a red stripe, but if you own an airplane, then it's a registered tail, and today that's very visible who is flying from where to where on the global radar side. So privacy is a big driver for our business. Efficiency is time. Gaining time is a big driver for flying private, because business leaders, political leaders, they have one thing all in common, and this is they're short of time because they need to spend that extra time either with their employees or driving opportunities forward or exploring maybe new investment opportunities somewhere on the globe. And at the end, let's also not forget, we all have families and families to spend time with. And that is really where business jets are driving that efficiency of time savings into people's schedules and on a point-to-point basis into the remotest locations.
Okay, so really it's efficiency, it's time saving and privacy that sort of seem to be the key drivers there. When it comes to this market, and just sort of more broadly talking about the region, the Middle East, any numbers to share with us, any trends you've identified, any changes you're seeing in the private jet market here?
Well, the Middle East is booming, and we see significant growth. So the market share the Middle East is taking over the global market share sees a significant uptick in demand. Obviously, our global 7,500 fleet that we have, 18 of those aircraft, is very much suited extremely well for the Middle East because basically this aircraft can take you nonstop to pretty much any point on the planet. And where the Middle East is geographically, that's very, very helpful. So we see business leaders from any region coming into any continent coming into the Middle East and flying back, very often on very short trips. They're always stressed for time. And that's where the flying offices, we call it, with the highest speed internet available, et cetera, allows them to be so efficient, conduct their business, and come back rested, given the sleep experience, the low cabin pressure that we have in our aircraft, et cetera, and the service where they can be most efficient with their business conduct.
Any possible IPO or possible Saudi investment, for example, into VistaJet?
Well, look, we're a private company, as you know. I still own the company about 85%. We've just recently done capital market transactions earlier this year between equity and some amazing debt financing of about $1.3 billion. So at this point in time, we're very happy with the capital structure that we have. So right now, no plans.
Okay, and just lastly, one person described private jets as Ubers for billionaires. What do you say to that?
I don't think so. I don't think this is a measurement of wealth. Is it more expensive than flying commercial? In most cases, yes. But if you take 10 business leaders from Saudi to New York, it might be equal or even less expensive if they fly first class versus on a Vista airplane. I think, again, I come back to, corporations have to be efficient. They have to be efficient with the time of their leaders, and they take very prudent business decisions. And that's really where the private jet market fits into. There are more than 25,000 corporate jets in the world. And for that very purpose of creating corporate and family offices and government's efficiencies, and that's exactly where we're serving. And as you know, we have the largest global infrastructure on every single continent, and we feel it's still the beginning. There's so much more of market share to take with our business model, and we're obviously super excited that we're working in such close collaboration with with Saudi Arabia to now bring these services to this wonderful country.
Okay, well, many congratulations again for being the first private jet operator to be allowed to fly point-to-point domestically within Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thomas Floor, the founder and chairman of VistaJet. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, I'm here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, this announcement that's been made, VistaJet to be allowed to fly within Saudi Arabia on domestic routes, first private jet operator to be allowed to do that. Why is that significant, do you think?
Well, Tom, I mean, it's very exciting news for VistaJet, I'm sure, and also the counterparts in Saudi Arabia. But this is much further beyond. This goes much further beyond than simply a slight regulatory change or one private jet operator coming into the region. See, what does the private jet industry mean for a region, right? At the moment, around 3/4 of the private jets owned by Saudis are actually sitting overseas, right? And if you think about, I mean, I don't know if you've ever owned a jet, Tom, but if you are familiar with the cost of maintaining a jet, you know, it can be several $1 million a year for a Gulfstream or a Global that our guest was just speaking about. Now, this economic output or input is sitting external to Saudi Arabia as it stands, and part of the aviation and civil authorities aviation strategy, you know, one of the goals is to bring up to 90% of that ownership back into Saudi Arabia. So if we just extrapolate that and we think about, you know, without getting into all of the finer studies and numbers, I mean, currently 3/4 of that output or economic development is sitting outside, and they want to bring it, turn that into 90% internally. There is a MRO industry to build around that. There is a range of services and solutions to build around that kind of industry. And this is really the Saudi way. Build a spine for the industry, and then wrap the value chain around it. And we've talked about many different sectors, Tom, and we've seen this from, you know, in sports to AI to energy. I mean, this is really, you could, if you look closely enough, you can see this is a pattern and a very effective one at that. And that's the significance of VistaJet here. It's an opportunity for the market to develop. It's VistaJet today. Who will it be tomorrow? And, you know, when that market starts to develop. Now, VistaJet, to the best of my knowledge, owns a lot of its aircraft, but there are many private jet operators out there which will operate and manage the aircraft that are standing idle, that are owned by people. Now, if you connect the dots there, you know, we bring 90% of the jets back home, and you start to see more of the service providers actually operate out of Kingdom, and we begin seeing the industries develop around that in Kingdom. You know, the possibilities are endless. This is really, I mean, this is a case of sovereignty in the skies, moving away from, you know, all of the consumer-like behaviors that we see.
Yeah, as I said in the introduction, I mean, one of the goals here is to make the market more competitive. I'm also just wondering to myself, whilst talking to you, what sort of a market size are we talking about here? Because in population terms, I mean, Saudi Arabia is one of the larger countries in the region, isn't it?
Of course. I mean, it's one of the larger countries, but we have to remember that, you know, when we're talking aviation, we're speaking really about a global audience, right? And the Aviation and Civil Authority has, within its aviation strategy, ambitions to grow the number of passengers handled by almost twofold, so up to 330 million by 2030. Now, aviation is going to be serving tourism, business, enterprise. We have a significantly sizable pool of international executives and talent coming through the region. I mean, it's the perfect conditions for mass development of an industry. Now, I mean, in terms of competition, so, you know, VistaJet is the first operator privately to be operating in the region under these regulations, but I imagine there is much more to come. Now, if we take into consideration, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, there's 3/4 of the jets sitting outside. There is a rapidly growing base of local wealth holders and business operators, and of course, you know, public ministerial travel. But then you have the world that's now attending events, that's attending business events. The FII conference is coming up next month, which year on year has seen, you know, the world's leaders pass through. You have the FIFA World Cup up ahead. You have the many sporting events coming through the next couple of years. Riyadh Expo in 2030. I mean, the market is quite sizable, and I think that what we're seeing here with VistaJet is simply the first block of an enormous white space.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you very shortly. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories we're following for you from the week. The Saudi utility giant Aqua Power has announced that commercial operations have begun at 3 solar power plants in Saudi Arabia. The company says these plants together have a combined capacity of 2.79 gigawatts. Well, this aligns neatly with the kingdom's goal of generating clean energy primarily through solar power. Riyadh Air, which takes to the skies later on this year, is offering further glimpses of the sort of Saudi hospitality that passengers can expect. The airline has signed partnership agreements with Milaf Global Food Company and the Saudi Coffee Company, meaning that premium coffee and dates will be offered in flight. While further showcasing the kingdom's heritage, Milaf Cola, which is made from dates, will also be served on flights. And in the context of record visitor numbers to the kingdom, the third edition of the Hotel Supply and Hospitality Expo has just wrapped up in Jeddah. That 3-day event featured 250 exhibitors representing brands from 35 countries across the hotel and hospitality industry. In other news, Lenovo Group has announced that it's going to be setting up its regional headquarters in Saudi Arabia. This as the Chinese PC maker seeks to boost its presence in the Middle East. Well, that announcement forms part of Lenovo's strategic collaboration with the PIF-owned company Alat. Well, Lenovo says the move highlights its long-term commitment to supporting Vision 2030 and playing a part in advancing the kingdom's digital transformation and economic diversification agenda. Well, let's get more on that with Ali, the Chief Investment Officer of Hytham & Company, who's still standing by for us. Ali, thanks for standing by. Just wondered what you read into this announcement by Lenovo.
Well, Tom, earlier this year, the Lenovo factory was broken ground on back in February around the time of the LEAP conference. And see, building a factory in region is the signal that there is a real interest to build a sizable presence in the region. But establishing your regional headquarters in a new region, that is signaling intent of something much greater. That means that they are here in a serious way. Now, that's great for Lenovo and great for Lenovo's partners in region and the market potential that they can capture. But this has much broader implications. I mean, we've spoken on many occasions about various sectors, and the question that very consistently tends to pop up is around the availability of talent and knowledge and innovation and capability. And when organizations like this start to signal that this is a region that we believe in so seriously that we will not only establish a factory, put thousands of people on the ground, train Saudi nationals, but also bring the world's best executives and talent into region to mentor them and to collaborate with the national entities, with the private sector, and be here in a meaningful way for what seems like an indefinite period. You can imagine, this is an enormous signal, not only to the region, but to the world. If we take this back to, let's look at some parallels, right? The likes of South Korea, nearly half of their GDP stems from the ICT and industrial sectors, and the household names we've come to know, Hyundai, Samsung, LG. Draw the parallels. If you were to establish a market which spawns sectors like this within the space of a few short years, that's quite something. And it's quite something not just for the region, but a major signal to the world.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you again very shortly. Now, Al Ula is a historic oasis city about 1,000 kilometers northwest of Riyadh. Well, the city is important for various reasons: archaeology, heritage, and increasingly tourism. Well, one of the modern aspects of Al Ula is the Maraya Concert Hall, which is the largest mirrored building in the whole world. Well, with the edge now coming off the heat of summer, tourists are making a return to Al Ula in the months ahead. So what can visitors expect? What's being done to attract more visitors? And what will be some of the highlights of the upcoming tourist season? Well, to help us answer those questions, we can cross to Riyadh and speak to Melanie D'Souza, who is the Executive Director, Destination Marketing at Al Ula. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Melanie. When does the tourist season really take off there in Al Ula?
Well, Tom, we're really about building a year-round destination. You're absolutely right in saying that the peak season is rapidly approaching, but we've had great success in flattening our seasonality. And, you know, the destination itself is premised on heritage of global significance, as you've rightly called it. But against these stunning landscapes, we have so much play out, from adventure to wellness to, you know, anything that is any experience that could be done in the outdoors. And what we've curated now is a fabulous calendar of events under the banner of Alula Moments, with 5 festivals. So commencing straight off in September, we have Azimuth, which will be an outdoor concert in Thanaya, a beautiful venue, up to 2,000 people, and a fabulous lineup of artists curated by Middle Beast. Then we go into festival season with, first off, Wellness, which this year will have a increasing fitness and agenda for people seeking, you know, everything from marathons to cycling and swimming, followed very quickly by Ancient Kingdoms, which is very much about our heritage taking center stage, but heritage sites that you can experience with a real difference, like Hegra After Dark, which this year won the Middle East Event Award for Best Arts and Cultural Event. Then we go into Winter at Tantora, which of course was our very first event when we opened our doors roughly 6 years ago. And of course, followed very much then by Arts, where we have a very bold ambition, subject to confirmation still, but we're expecting the resumption of Desert X in partnership with Coachella. And of course, that is a forerunner to Wadi Al Fan, which is still a few years away, but which is our bold ambition for art in the landscape.
OK, so lots of things in the calendar by the sounds of things. I mean, you've hinted at it's a slightly seasonal destination, depending on people's tolerance thresholds, perhaps, for the heat. But I mean, is there a best time to visit Al Ula?
Well, we talk about October to May being very much a lovely part of the year, but I'll give you an example. A couple of weekends ago, mid-August, we ran Desert Blaze, and not for the faint-hearted, I must admit, but 500 runners out enduring the heat and coming in with record times. So I think with Ramadan as well, increasingly encroaching into what would be peak period, our job is how do we curate itineraries and put on events that are going to be targeted to specific audiences in specific countries. And remembering that the early mornings and the late evenings can be curated for outdoor, whereas during the midday heat, it's about indoor experiences.
OK, so during the really hot months of the year, I mean, is it a struggle for businesses to stay afloat? So do you see, I'm assuming you see an appreciable downturn, do you, in the sorts of numbers coming through?
We definitely have a trend line that indicates that we have work to do to flatten seasonality. But let me give you some numbers. Year to date from January to July, which includes quite a few of those hot months, a 7% increase in airline passengers, a 17% increase in occupied room nights. And if I compare Ramadan, typically an off-season period, this year and last, an 86% growth in room nights, because we've really worked with our tourism ecosystem to put on a value-based offering and to really have programming that is appropriate for that special time of the year.
OK, so it sounds like a really positive evolution overall in terms of sort of the trajectory of visitor numbers for Al Ula.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the ambition to hit the 1 million magic target by 2030, but really at our heart is building out a destination that is being curated very sensitively with sustainability core to its ethos, And this is only ever about experiences that are going to be personalized and curated. We're never looking at expanding our target slots at our heritage sites any more than what we think is appropriate. So this is a counter proposition, if you like, to some of the mass tourism destinations that are on offer worldwide.
Okay, I mean, in terms of infrastructure there in Alula, while you were talking earlier, we were looking at some of the beautiful scenes of Alula, that famous pool that's built into the existing terrain of the natural terrain of Alula. I mean, clearly there's a lot on offer at the high end of the market, but is there accommodation, would you say, for every budget?
Well, if I look at our hotel stock, even outside accredited room inventory, there's so much accommodation bookable through the likes of Gathering and Airbnb. Beautiful farmhouses, for example, that are making the designer pages of magazines around the world. So yes, there is accommodation at various price points. And, you know, for us, the luxury is about the way we're going about the experience delivery. We want our very proud locals in the Alula community of ours to be at the forefront of every experience. We believe that apart from the built environment, what is really the takeout and the standard takeout for Saudi and indeed Alula as a relatively new destination is the warmth and hospitality of the locals. And this is something that we hear repeatedly in terms of customer feedback. But if I think about what we're building, both in the space of arts, the arts and cultural agenda, but also more broadly in terms of, you know, the hotel environment and the approach to infrastructure in the context of airport capacity, we're certainly looking to be able to grow in line with our targets, which are moderate.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, we are a business program here on Arabiya English. Any numbers you can share with us in terms of what this increase in tourists, what the total number of tourists represent in terms of revenue for Alula?
Well, we had 286,000 tourists last year. We've got a target of 310,000 this year, average lengths of stay of over 3.5 days, and a pretty good average spend. And for us, this is, as you rightly say, it's about revenue and expenditure, but we're never going to be chasing mass millions in terms of numbers. It is very much about a tourism experience and a destination that is premised on responsible tourism and sustainability at its core.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. You're really making me want to visit Alula. Melanie De Souza, the Executive Director, Destination Marketing at Alula. Thank you very much for your time. Well, I'm still here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, I don't know, have you been to Alula?
I've not had the opportunity to visit Alula, Tom, unfortunately, but I hope to do so very soon.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I haven't been either, but looking at those pictures, I think I'm going to be changing that very soon. I mean, just lastly, really, to wrap up the segment on Alula, I mean, it's just one of many, isn't it? Tourist destinations, tourism projects, and all of that ties in very neatly with Vision 2030. Just remind us how it does that.
So, look, I have to describe Alula as a truly unique site. You know, every one of the projects that's under development is unique in its own right, but Alula, you know, little known facts, is nearly 200,000 years old. There is evidence of tool making, for example, in the Alula sites, particularly the Hadra site, where archaeological evidence shows tools up to 200,000 years old. So it's a bridge between humanity's past and humanity's future. Now, to give you context around that, you know, it's believed that nearly 97% of all recorded human history, so 97% of all documented human history, actually took place in the last 5,000 years. So we're talking about a site that has history up to 200,000 years old. And the way it's being developed, you know, there's 5 sort of regions really staging you through a journey to explore each one of those phases. So it's quite fascinating from that perspective. I mean, there's a lot of very interesting activations happening. You know, there's been a number of musical events and shows and concerts, and there's a huge pipeline of hospitality projects underway. I mean, this is really a 15-year development that's going to take place. So naturally, it will bring a lot of commerce and opportunity within the tourism industry. But I think, aside from all of that, it really is a very fascinating place, and how amazing to be able to really be the bridge between that past and future and offer an experience whilst building an entire industry and sector around it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. And finally, the Asir region in southern Saudi Arabia is in parts around 2,000 meters above sea level, making it ideal in the hot summer months because it has cooler temperatures. Well, an annual summer festival, the Asir season, has just wrapped up there. And one of the more unexpected attractions this year was a Wild West cowboy-themed town. Well, complete with all the right clothing, as you can see there, some cowboy hats, boots and fringed jackets. The event was a big hit, with plenty of activities drawing people from far and wide. And organisers say it exemplifies the kingdom's push to diversify tourist offerings.
I will be honest with you. We are Arabs and the sons of this country. We are proud Saudis who cherish our identity, our Arab roots, our culture, and even our Bedouin heritage. We don't deny this identity. It runs in our blood. But the purpose of creating this theme was to showcase Saudi tourism to the furthest reach possible.
Okay, well, it's something we don't often see there, people wearing cowboy outfits in Saudi Arabia. Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company, is still standing by for us. Ali, I mean, that's a different kind of tourist offering, as we just heard there. And we've talked about this quite a bit before, haven't we, how Saudi Arabia is welcoming record numbers of tourists. I think there are 116 million domestic and international visitors in 2024, up around 6% on the previous year. I mean, let's not underestimate this. I mean, tourism is a key revenue stream for Saudi Arabia now. And it seems there are, there's an ever-growing number of different offerings as well.
Of course, I mean, we have spoken about this on a number of occasions in different capacities, but tourism is an interesting sector, right? I mean, in itself, it is an enormous economic driver because it, of course, brings people into certain landmark sites and regions of the nation or any host nation, but most importantly, it really funnels attention into SMEs, the backbone of any developing nation. It brings cultures together. It brings social cohesion. There are so many flow-on effects, and Saudi Arabia has been very, very clear on the appetite to open up to the world and to attract the world and to bring novel and new experiences to light. And I think this is yet another example of that.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Really appreciate your inputs, as ever. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Meanwhile, stay tuned if you can.
Welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Israel is enduring arguably its most challenging period in recent history. One of its staunchest and perhaps most vocal allies during this time has been US Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. Unlike many in his position, he's not afraid to speak openly and often boldly on issues that have become internationally divisive. So, Ambassador Huckabee, thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Melinda, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Let's launch straight into it. A lot of news is already breaking as we sit down for our interview. We know Israel has launched the first stage of its Gaza City ground offensive. President Trump has previously stopped short of openly endorsing this plan. He has said, though, that Hamas can't stay. Does the administration support Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to take full control of Gaza City?
Well, the president's made it very clear that this is a decision the Israelis have to make. It's their future on the line. And they're also dealing with an issue that goes back to October the 7th, when they were overrun by the terrorists of Hamas, who massacred and slaughtered 1,200 of their civilians, and then took 250 people hostage. This has gone on for far too long because Hamas has been just stubborn in not wanting it to end. The president's message has been very clear and very consistent. Hamas can't stay. They have no role in the future of Gaza, and they need to let all of the hostages go. So that's consistent with his message to say that Israel has to do what Israel feels it has to do.
Given the alliance, though, between the US and Israel, it seems to an outsider that it would be unlikely that the Israeli government would go ahead with something that the US administration vehemently opposes. So by that extension, can we assume then that the Trump administration has somewhat endorsed this plan?
Well, I think the assumption is simply what I said, that the U.S. respects that Israel is the country that was attacked. It was their citizens who were slaughtered. And the U.S. position is we're not going to tell them how to not only defend themselves, but how to avenge the massacre of their people. So that's the president's position. He's not dictating to them what the parameters should be. He's saying to them, if this were the United States and we were attacked in this way, and by the way, the equivalent, if this had happened to us, it would have been, given the population differences, as if 40,000 Americans were massacred and mutilated and slaughtered. So I think the president understands that this is something that Israel and Israel alone has to come to terms with, and how they go about it, bringing an end to this extraordinarily long hostility and getting the hostages, all of them, home, is something that they and they alone are in the position to do.
Has the president recently, or yourself through the president, expressed concerns about civilian casualties for this ground operation?
Of course, there's always concern about that, and that's all the more reason that Hamas needs to give up. They need to realize they don't have a future. They're being told this by everyone. Let me add that they've been told this by a unanimous vote of the Arab League, which I thought was incredibly significant, and frankly, something that was very helpful. Because when the Arab League made their statement that all hostages, not some, all of them need to be released, and Hamas needs to demilitarize, that was incredibly significant. And I think the rest of the world looked at that with a real sense of appreciation to what the Arab League said and the manner in which they did it. It was an incredibly powerful moment.
You mentioned hostage families there. So let me ask you this. We've seen large protests throughout Israel from hostage families, people who say they want the hostages back now. They want the Israeli government to agree to a deal that would see all the hostages released. The hostage families say they're very concerned that this ground operation will result in their loved ones never making it out alive. What do you say to those hostage families?
I say that it's a concern that we all have. It's a concern that the Israeli government has. I don't know of anyone who has any desire for something to happen to the hostages that hasn't already happened to them. But what we do know, Melinda, is that a couple of weeks ago, Hamas released a video showing obviously starving hostages being forced to dig their own graves. This disgusting display of savage treatment of these hostages, I think, was part of what made the Israelis feel that they've got to do something more aggressive. The hostage families themselves, they're divided. Some believe that there should just be a complete end, no matter what the consequences, and even if Hamas stays. Others who feel and they understand that Hamas can't win, or will have more October 7th, will have more families going through the hellish experience of their loved ones being taken hostage, tortured in captivity, without any understanding of when they'll be let go. So the unanimity is that everybody wants the hostages home. They want all of them, living and deceased. How to get there? It's not something that everybody is on the same page with. And it's a very difficult decision. I don't envy those who have to decide the best course for how to get those hostages back.
Do you share some of the hostage families' concerns, though, that this operation in particular could put their loved ones in more danger?
It's a legitimate concern. I don't know that it's my place to share the concern or to take an opinion on what should be done. One thing I think everyone can agree on, the hostage families and those who believe in a very aggressive military action, that the hostages can't continue to survive under the treatment that we have witnessed by the videos that Hamas themselves have released. If that's the way they're being treated, one of my questions is, where's the International Red Cross? How come they're not demanding to see the hostages and to get proof of life? Why are they not demanding that the hostages get food? We're hearing a lot of pressure about Israel and whether they have the responsibility of feeding people in Gaza. But one thing we should all agree on is that the hostages should be fed. They're not there because they want to be. And then to force them to dig their own graves is just a disgusting display of savage behavior, uncivilized behavior.
Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal that is effectively the same deal that Israel agreed to in July. With the launch of this ground operation in Gaza, has Israel effectively taken that off the table?
I don't know. I can't answer that. Israel may be waiting for Hamas to completely agree in writing, because Hamas has been very, very consistent in saying they're going to agree to something. And then when it gets down to the point of signing it, then they start adding things. They start demanding more things, and it blows up the deal. And it's why I believe Envoy Witkoff even showed his frustration with it. The Israelis have shown a frustration. Egypt, Jordan, everyone has shown a frustration with how Hamas handles this. Because even when they agree to something, they agree verbally, then they won't sign it. And then they change the terms. So I don't know if they have put their signatures on this, if they're serious about it. But one thing is clear. They're going to have to recognize their future is over in Gaza. They don't have one there.
President Trump has indicated that there is starvation in Gaza. He said, they look very hungry. This is real starvation stuff. Do you think that some changes need to be made to improve the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to make it safer for civilians?
Well, actually, GHF is the one entity that's working. It's the UN process that has been a dismal failure. By their own numbers, 92% of their food gets looted or stolen. The reason people are hungry in Gaza is not because of GHF. They're getting that food and it's not being stolen. But the massive amounts of food that are supposedly being delivered by the UN are not getting there. And when Hamas steals it, Melinda, what they're doing, they're warehousing it, then they sell it on the black market. There's plenty of food that's gone into Gaza. But the tragedy is it's not getting to the people who are really hungry, because Hamas has taken it, they're stealing it, they're selling it. They made $500 million last year selling food in the black market. I've been there, watched exactly in person what's going on with GHF, and that process really fulfills the conditions that President Trump gave us when this was set up. Get food to people who are hungry, but deliver it in a way that it cannot be stolen by Hamas. Now,
what
can
about
Hamas
delivering
steal
it in a
pieces of
way
it?
that doesn't put civilians in danger? Because we are continuing to hear reports of alleged shooting by Israeli defense troops at those distribution sites.
Yeah, that's not happening, Melinda. I've been there, and we get reports every single day. The IDF is accused of a lot of things, but when I talk to people in Gaza, the actual Gazans, here's what they told me. First of all, they love the U.S. That was nice to hear. They hate Hamas. Every single Gazan I spoke to had a family member that had been murdered by Hamas. They want Hamas to be gone forever. They don't want the PA, the PLO, or Fatah to have anything to do with their future. And interestingly, they did not express hate for the IDF. They recognized that there was a need for the presence of the IDF, who are, by the way, not at the feeding sites, but they do control the corridors that give people safe passage to the GHF sites, which are controlled by and secured by private American contractors. Every one of those people are all special ops U.S. veterans who are manning those sites. But this idea that people have been murdered en masse by the IDF is simply not true. And that's being perpetuated. That's a lie. And it's been pushed by Hamas, which I don't blame them for telling a lie. I do blame people for repeating it without any veracity to verifying it.
After being frozen for decades, Israel has given its approval for the construction of the controversial E1 area of the West Bank, that it effectively is cutting off East Jerusalem from the West Bank. US administrations have historically opposed the E1 development. Does the current administration still hold that opposition?
We've not taken a position on that specific issue, but the Trump administration in its first term, and nothing has changed, has made it very clear that it is not a violation of international law for Israelis to live in Judea and Samaria. One of the reasons we're seeing the more aggressive decision to move into some of these areas is because it's in reaction to what the Europeans have done in concert with the Palestinian Authority, pushing for a unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state, pushing for this UN conference that's supposed to happen next month in New York at the UN. That has had a totally disastrous effect, not only on the tension in Judea and Samaria, but it's had a detrimental effect on resolving things in Gaza. So I don't know what the Europeans thought they were going to accomplish, but by their actions, they're accomplishing something that I don't think they wanted to do, and that is to essentially give a green light or encourage the Israelis to go ahead and take more pieces of Judea and Samaria, either by declaring sovereignty or annexation. I don't think that was their goal, but pushing for unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state without the cooperation and participation of Israel is a violation of Oslo. So if there's going to be this massive violation of the Oslo Agreement, then I think people have to prepare for the consequences of that on both sides of the conflict.
In unveiling the plan, Israel's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said that, and I quote, "The Palestinian state is being erased from the table." In the US's mind, is a two-state solution dead?
Well, no one can explain exactly how it works. Where is the Palestinian state? What are the boundaries? What are the borders? Who leads it? Who governs it? Who elects their officials? Do they come into power by an election? They haven't had one in 20 years in the current configuration of their government. And so it's an aspirational thing to say we want a two-state solution. But if you ask specific questions, people can't answer them. And I just feel like that there's got to be some specifics put on the table for there to be any honest and realistic discussion of what a Palestinian state would look like. And quite frankly, in Israel right now, there's no appetite for it. October the 7th was a turning point. There were many Israelis who believed, and they spoke of their support for a two-state solution. But that pretty much was decimated by October the 7th. And it created an extraordinary sense of angst among Israeli citizens who saw the attack coming from the West. They don't want to end up with one coming from the East. And so they're going to put their security and their future first and foremost.
In a recent interview, you said that you don't think a Palestinian state remains a goal for the US. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not seeing anyone, certainly haven't heard the president say that this is one of the most important things we've got to look for. I think he wants to see peace happen here. There are certain things that can be done that would be helpful toward peace. Unfortunately, every time we think we're working toward them and getting there, we see actions by the Europeans or the Palestinian Authority that completely disrupt it. And a good example is the Palestinian Authority has pushed for the unilateral recognition. It's had a backfiring effect. They continue to pay terrorist families for acts of terror against Israelis. That's counterproductive. It's very, very destructive toward resolving anything. And the textbooks continue to have curriculum that encourages very young children to grow up with a hatred toward Jewish people and a sense of belief that it is okay to commit violence against them if it helps to achieve their goals. These are all things that are not helpful to a long-term solution, whether it's a 2-state or a 1-state or a 10-state solution. That kind of activity has just been very hurtful.
So you think the bulk of the problem there lies on the Palestinian side, that they're the reason that a Palestinian state seems unattainable?
Well, for the present moment, I would say, by them going around the Oslo Agreement, by the fact that there was a Palestinian state, it was Gaza. It was a 100% Palestinian state. People see how that turned out. That did not exactly endear folks looking at it to say, yeah, that ought to work out really, really well. So there's going to have to be some time. It's not going to be something that is going to be on the table, but it's not the U.S. decision to make. The U.S. is going to be supportive of our allies. We're going to be supportive of peace. The president wants there to be a peaceful resolution. And I think he's demonstrating that by his actions, not just in the Middle East, but across the globe right now, specifically in Russia-Ukraine conflict. So I would hope that some of these European leaders would reassess their actions and decide that maybe they need to take a different approach. Stop putting so much pressure on how Israel is defending itself against Hamas, and start putting the pressure on radical military actions that were intended to kill Jewish people.
US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your contribution here on Counterpoints. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. It's been a pleasure to visit with you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump's 50% tariffs on India take effect as Modi promises tax cuts and urges support for Make in India. Meanwhile, Trump is holding a White House meeting on Gaza as new details emerge about a deadly hospital strike. And a shooting at a U.S. school leaves 2 dead and dozens injured. Plus, pop star Taylor Swift has announced her engagement to NFL star Travis Kelce, sharing a heartfelt post that's already racked up 18 million likes. Now, Donald Trump's 50% tariffs on India have officially taken effect, hitting one of Washington's strongest Indo-Pacific partners and threatening millions of jobs in export-driven sectors. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is responding with promises of tax cuts and urging citizens to support Make in India as the country navigates the economic blow. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Shane, we know that these tariffs have taken effect, the additional 25% that Donald Trump was threatening. So the big question is, what impact is this actually going to have on the Indian economy?
Well, I've been watching a lot of interviews with Indian business on various sort of news shows throughout the day, and a lot of them were all saying that this is going to have a big impact, especially on sort of low cost and low margin industries, because it's basically going to impact things like sort of clothes, diamonds, and these kind of industries. And the US sort of India sort of goods and service trade is worth about 210 billion, so it's quite a substantial amount, and it has been going up sort of 8% last year. But the issue is, and this is the bugbear that Trump has with a lot of the countries, is that there's more goods going from India into the US than the opposite way around. So there's a big deficit, which is his sort of massive bugbear, and we're talking about like 45 billion. So it's quite a substantial difference. But when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, the US accounts for only about like 2% of India's GDP. So if you look at any country around the world, if they knock off 2%, you'd be like, oh, they'll be fine. So India is going to survive, but what I think is quite unfortunate that it's, like I said, it's going to impact probably the poorest end of the employee sort of demographic in India, and those that are sort of in high-end industries like pharmaceuticals and electronics have been sort of fairly sort of exempt from this from the moment. And I looked up at the Indian Express, which is one of the local newspapers. They were predicting that US trade could actually drop by up to like 40-45% in the next sort of year. So yeah, it's going to have a huge impact, and unfortunately all of the companies that I've seen being interviewed were saying that they're already seeing the impact because they knew this was coming, and they were saying that the American buying public is not going to absorb this, so they'll either be forced out of the market, or they'll have to look at other markets like the UK, Europe, sort of the Middle East. But yeah, it is definitely going to have an impact.
Yeah, and it's been such an interesting conversation. But earlier I spoke to economist Laurie Laird about why India is continuing to buy crude oil from Russia. And here's what she had to tell me.
This is what I can't get my head around. I haven't found an economist who can get their head around this, because India isn't the only economy buying discounted Russian oil. Now, India is profiting to a certain extent. It's buying this cut price crude oil, putting it through its many refineries on Indian soil, and then distributing that domestically and selling it abroad. But India isn't, China is taking a lot of discounted Russian oil. A couple of years ago, the G7, and with America's consent, said Russia can sell as much oil as it wants at a price of $60 a barrel or lower. So everybody was in on this. And the reason for this was to avoid removing a whole lot of oil from the global markets, thereby pushing up the price of energy. Now, this is what really confuses me. India is buying about 1.5 to 2 million barrels a day. If India goes and seeks that oil elsewhere, and Russian oil at this point is not discounted by all that much, given the market price of crude, because crude prices have come down so much. But were that Indian demand to go somewhere else, we're going to see oil prices skyrocket, which is exactly what Donald Trump said he does not want.
So there is quite a lot to the story, and a lot of it was the fact that Donald Trump was putting this extra 25% tariff on India to almost punish Russia, to get Russia to the table over the war in Ukraine. But it's an interesting concept that China is buying more Russian oil, and of course the G7 did say Russian oil can be sold at a discounted price. And Modi's language and what he's been using, I feel like maybe there's more to this than what the eye can meet, Gemma.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a very defiant stance, which I think is to be expected, because 50% tariffs, it's almost akin to like a sanction, as opposed to these secondary tariffs. So, this week, the Minister of State for External Affairs, he called the tariffs totally unjustified and unfair. Now, this echoes what Modi has been saying over the past few weeks. He has said he's ready to pay a very heavy price for resisting these, what he sees as US attempts to almost bully them into the direction that the US wants them to go. Now, Modi has also sort of turned internally, and he's said in a speech, we should become self-reliant, and he used this phrase, economic selfishness. But he says they should become self-reliant, not out of desperation, but out of pride. So he is, really kind of, he's looking for win hearts and minds in his nation over this. Now, I think what's interesting is the big focus has been on oil. It's been on the fact that India is still buying oil from Russia. And as we've said, but China is as well, but they've not had secondary sanctions. But Modi has also said it's not really about the oil. It's about the US wanting India to import genetically modified crops. And now that's not been a big story because it's been overshadowed by people talking about oil. And he said, absolutely not. We're never going to import those. And again, he appealed to Indian farmers. There are millions of Indian farmers, and they are very strong politically. They're very influential. So he's saying, we're not going to import these crops. So he's winning over agriculture in India. So it's interesting that it's not just the oil. There's this issue about crops as well.
But yeah, I think it is to do with oil in some respects. But the point towards the end that your economist made there about if Trump gets his way and India stops taking Russian oil, that the price will go up. I kind of don't agree with that in some respects, is because if you look at who India's second, third, fourth, fifth supplier is, it's Iraq, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and even the US, which is quite small, but which are all mainly part of OPEC, and they're going to agree to produce a lot more coming forward. So I think there was always that concern that if once they start pulling back and started producing a lot more and sort of open the taps, that then the price will go down. So I think those two conflicting things will then balance the price out. So I think that element is what I would disagree with her on. But Iraq is in desperate need of finance. So if that gets sort of a bailout, so to speak, from India, taking more from them, and then obviously then after that it's Saudi Arabia and UAE, which is our backyard, so it's all good.
Yeah.
So oil makes the world go around in this part of the world.
Now, they've not said they're going to stop buying.
No, they haven't said that. And they've
No.
stayed pretty steadfast in that. They said they're going to be doing what's best for the Indian economy.
Yeah, they
and
said
what's best
Which you'd
for
expect
wherever they get the best deal from. They
Yeah.
said they will just continue to do so.
And we must remember the population of India is completely vast. And,
Yeah.
oil is needed.
Yeah.
It's needed to make sure the lights are still on. It's a huge part
Exactly,
of the
and
economy.
even if Trump pushes this a lot, and like I said earlier, it's only 2% of the whole of GDP, but they get 40% of the oil from Russia. So I'd imagine in sort of New Delhi, they're doing the maths and go, okay, well, if we lose the trade, but we're benefiting by getting cheap oil from Russia, and they can probably just go to Moscow and say, okay, give us an even better deal, to annoy Washington further if you so want to. But the only notice thing I did is when you look at the statistics is that India was increasing its oil, but it had started to decrease in recent months. So I think the sort of pushback is sort of working in some respects, and a lot of the analysts were saying that the sort of decline will continue into the rest of the year. So I think in some respects Trump's already putting in place policies that were already taking effect anyway. So I think they will buy Russian oil, but I think it will start to drop.
In the future. But it was so interesting because yesterday I was speaking to someone on this very topic, and I thought he brought up a really good point to me, Derek Grossman. He said to me, we've got to think about it in another way. He feels like this is personal because he feels like Donald Trump has come out time and time again and he said he stopped the tension between India and Pakistan, which could have been a nuclear war, and he stopped that. And he feels like Narendra Modi should have nominated him for a Nobel Peace Prize and hasn't. So in many respects, this isn't just about Russia. He said it goes deeper. And also, if we look about the fact that, the talks have stalled in New Delhi because of their resistance to opening up the country's vast agricultural and dairy sectors. And because of that, US trade negotiations called off this planned trip to New Delhi this week. So some people are saying, actually, maybe it's more personal than we think, and this is the way that it's been dealt with.
Well, Trump does hold a grudge, we know this.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised because we've seen it in other parts of the world, like in Panama. Do you remember way back when Panama was in the news?
Oh my gosh,
that was such a long time ago, and that was the biggest thing. And then Greenland, and the Trumps have had dealings in Panama. And there was unconfirmed speculation that it might be something personal as well. So I don't think it's unusual. And Trump has even said himself that he'll take revenge on his enemies. But then there's the question: if we can solve all of these wars, and the sort of way we can get around that is giving him a Nobel Peace Prize, would you like to see him get up on stage and accept it?
I think if that's the carrot that needs to be dangled in order for them to start solving things, by all means.
Yeah. I think just allow him to have it.
Yeah, he really wants it.
He's brought 6 wars to an end. Just you know, why not? Go on.
I think he'd be,
do it for everyone.
If it works.
Now, moving on to another story coming out of the US today. President Trump will hold a large meeting on Gaza at the White House. So, Gemma, this is actually, I think maybe going ahead now as we speak, but this has been in the planning. I felt like we didn't really know about it, but Witkoff was speaking on Fox and Friends yesterday and giving an interview, and also Donald Trump had some comments in the Oval Office yesterday too. And according to Witkoff, they expect to settle this war between Israel and Hamas soon. Donald Trump said a very similar thing. Soon? Is that a bit much to hope for?
It's not really a fixed term, is it, soon? There is a sense that momentum is gathering. So on Monday, Trump said that Gaza will reach a conclusive ending in the next 2 or 3 weeks. That's his favourite 2 weeks. He cites that time period quite a lot. On Tuesday, Witkoff said Washington expected it to be settled by the end of the year. And this was echoed again by Rubio. Now, I don't think it's realistic that things are going to be ended by the end of the year. And I guess that would depend on your definition of what ending the war actually means. If it means Israel out of Palestine, that is completely unrealistic. They are still talking about the evacuation, or as they say in the Times of Israel, the conquering of Gaza City. That doesn't appear to have been taken off the table. Hamas is not looking like they're going to, disappear off the planet, which again, Israel has always said eradicating Hamas is part of ending the war. The hostages are no closer to being released. So this talk of ending the war, I think it's kind of the wrong language. I think they should be using words like looking for the next solution or the next step, because I do believe this kind of language is giving false hope.
And I think a lot of what you said is also really true. Eradicating Hamas is almost impossible at this stage because it's ideological.
You can't eradicate an ideology or a thought or a movement. You just have to look at the Taliban to see that. You simply cannot. So, yeah, the word eradicate means obviously to wipe off the face of the earth, to wipe clean of all memory. It's simply not possible. So if you have this impossible goal, how can you ever say if you've achieved it or not?
And it's just one of those situations, isn't it, that we find ourselves in, and we find a lot of diplomatic talks happening. And also, what is actually interesting, I've got a few breaking lines coming through here. There's a UN Security Council that's been held today alongside this White House gathering, which apparently Tony Blair and Jared Kushner will be attending. But all UN Security Council members, except for the US, have said Gaza famine is a man-made crisis. All UN Security Council members, except for the US, warn use of starvation as weapon of war is banned under international humanitarian law. So I think this is the situation we're getting into. How far does Israel need to go for the US to actually act?
Well, yeah, that's a very good question, and you kind of wonder, what do the Israelis have on Trump or something? Is there some video somewhere? Because it doesn't make any sense. And they were saying, it doesn't adhere to international humanitarian law. I don't think Israel cares about international law. I think that's been sort of proven over the last sort of 22 months, and the 62,000 people that have been killed. So I don't think they're going to worry. They don't seem to care what sort of the allies think, what the EU thinks, the UN thinks. So I don't think that over in Israel, they're going to be worrying about this at all.
But do you think that, we've seen these huge protests and demonstrations. But within Israel then itself, you know, we've seen this yesterday. It was in Tel Aviv, it was in Jerusalem, it's spread to other cities now. And do you not think that Israel itself and the US are realising, gosh, there's this growing momentum from the grassroots at home, from the hostages' family, and also from Western traditional allies?
Yeah, possibly. I think the things that will only sway it possibly is if you see American bodies coming back to the US for, you know, if they're killed in Israel or in, you know, different parts of the world. That's the only thing I can sort of see is that would sway the MAGA sort of vote in the US, and that Trump will then sort of look at and say, okay, but I think, I don't know, A, how that would happen, and B, if it would have that much effect. But I think it is sort of wondering, like, how far do you have to go before the US is going to intervene? And the fact that they've even objected to these latest UN sort of resolutions that the rest of the allies have come together with. And I don't know how you could say that this is not a man-made famine. You know, you just need to look at your eyes and look at the TV and see what's happening. So it's an extremely good question about how far can Israel go before the US says enough is
we
enough.
just saw a hospital being struck, didn't we, twice, and 20 people dead, 4 or 5 journalists and the rest patients, and one would think, oh, that's the step that's going to, you know, just be too far, and it's not.
But then I think we were saying that in the White House as part of this comprehensive plan that the Trump administration has put together, which we don't know what is comprehensive about this plan, but we're looking at some of the previous remarks in February, it was to basically move the Palestinians out, and then we'll have the Gaza Riviera and all those pictures that we saw as well. But the problem is where those 2 million sort of Palestinians go. Do they go into the rest of the Middle East, which a lot of the Middle Eastern countries don't want? Do they go to Germany and the UK? There seems to be issues with that at the moment as well.
Yeah, there's issues with UK immigration as well. I think Trump was very surprised that the Middle Eastern nations were not prepared to suddenly take 2 million refugees. I think he sees it as one big homogenous area. You know, the way they talk about Europe now as if it's just one big country. They tend to talk about Africa as if it's a country. I think they were quite surprised that people weren't going to throw open their doors.
That was the stumbling block. So I think that's the part of the comprehensive plan that is maybe not as comprehensive as he probably would like.
Yeah. But what I find interesting is, you know, we also have to just think of the situation with the hostages, because that has been a major sticking point in any ceasefire deal that we've seen. Hamas have signed the latest ceasefire deal on the table. Israel wants all the hostages home. You know, as they changing, the boundaries have been changed. But it's also really interesting because today at the UN Security Council meeting, you know, they actually heard from a freed hostage, and she had spent 50 days under Hamas captivity, and just spoke about the horror that was felt from that side and from the 7th of October. So, you know, in many respects, I think Israel is saying, you know, we've got to defend our borders. You know, we can't let this happen again. So that is their rhetoric that we obviously have to respect and listen to what hostage families and freed hostages are saying. But I think a lot of the world is now also thinking, what can we do? And of course, Shane, the Pope. You know, we've heard from the Pope, he's spoken out before. Madonna's even called for the Pope to go. I mean, how much influence does the Pope have? Because we've heard from the UN, haven't we? We've heard from just everybody.
Well, I think I had to look this up. This is Pope Leo XIV. My Roman numerals are not as good as they used to be, but it's the 14th anyway. And he's the first American Pope. So you could think maybe he'll have some sway, but unfortunately I think the Pope is kind of like the British monarch, where it's ceremonial and it's really, really nice. But in terms of power, I think, you know, we're talking like a century ago on, you know, and you know, I'm an Irish Catholic. I think, you know, the popes are all great. I remember Pope John Paul II when he came to Ireland. It was all great. But I don't think anyone really takes what that comes out of the Vatican quite seriously anymore, in terms of it's going to sway the 1.whatever billion Catholics to suddenly change. And I don't think Israel is going to be shivering in their boots when thinking, oh, the Pope has said that, we have to go and do something. And I think, you know, he's a nice old man, and he can sort of do mass and stuff like that. But I don't think anyone is really going to take his words as seriously as maybe the rest of the world thinks
I guess his words make headlines, don't they, of course, because he's made a statement, but whether there's anything behind it that will be a call to action. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think, I think it's very much a sort of symbolic role. For example, like when he came to Abu Dhabi and he met up with other sort of religious leaders. And I think maybe if he got together with sort of like a high-profile rabbi and they were seen to have sort of discussions and there was some sort of call, then that would be a more powerful sort of visual. But I don't think Israel has proven that it doesn't really care what international organizations or the Vatican or anyone think. I think the only thing that Israel really cares about is what Donald Trump thinks, and that is the biggest swear in the. So if he changes opinion, then we might have to go back to the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
But you know what I find interesting about Pope Leo? Just a quick note before we end the conversation. You know, he said the Vatican can be a neutral place for Zelensky and Putin to meet in the talks, and then he's actually come out and spoken about Israel to, you know...
Well, there was that famous scene with Zelensky and Trump at the Pope Francis funeral, which was quite...
Yeah.
So that could be a breakthrough. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if they get into the Vatican, you might think, right, peace, love, and all of that.
But I do think he's quite an interesting pope for his political stance. You know, he's spoken out a few times. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And a Wisconsin man has been sent to jail after faking his own death so he could meet a woman in the country of Georgia. Before disappearing, he took out a life insurance policy and applied for a replacement passport. Well, Shane, I mean, whoa.
This is brilliant.
I feel like, you know, why just not tell somebody you might be leaving them for someone else? He's made quite the journey.
Yeah, so this is Ryan Borgwart, which is probably not how you pronounce it. He's 45, and then so on August 12th last year, he went to Green Lake, which is about 100 miles northwest of Milwaukee. Anyway, yeah, it's been a long day. But anyway, so what he did was, so then he overturned his kayak, got out into the lake, and then he had an inflatable raft, which he then used to get to shore. Then he cycled in an electric bicycle, which is an important detail, I think, 70 miles to nearby Madison, then went on a bus from Madison to Toronto, then went for a plane from Toronto to Paris, then went to Asia, then ended up in Georgia, and then he met this woman. So this must be some woman that he went to all of this trouble to.
It's quite a journey.
Wow.
It is quite a journey.
70 miles on an electric bike is a very long way.
Do you not have to recharge it?
You have to pedal, don't you?
Oh, you have to pedal if it runs out.
Yeah.
You probably had to alternate and pedal and alternate and pedal. But, I mean, who is this woman? Where did he meet her? What more do we know about
Yes, Jenna, tell us all.
Yes, because, I mean, he left a family, essentially.
He's a married man, as you said. He's got 3 children. He met an Uzbekistani lady online. Now, she's not been revealed. We don't know who she is. But what we do know is he went above and beyond for this, what we presume is a relationship that he was pursuing. So he got his new passport. He got life insurance. He transferred a lot of money overseas. This is possibly my favourite part of it. He had his vasectomy reversed, so clearly he had some hopes of perhaps starting a new family, and then he faked his own death. Prior to that, he had done online research about how to fake a drowning. And he'd specifically chosen Green Lake because it's about 100 feet deep, and he thought a body would not surface there, because that was one of the reasons why the police started investigating, because no body appeared, which on a lake they would usually presume it was. Surely setting up a Tinder profile would have been a lot easier than all of that, honestly, even if you were cheating on your wife, which is obviously very unfortunate. But yes, we don't know much about the woman, but, you know, she must be the Uzbekistani, like Liz Taylor or something. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, who was the lady who launched 1,000 ships? The most
Helen of Troy.
Helen of Troy, yes.
Maybe she... But what I find really fascinating, do you think that when this lady met him in Georgia, she think, oh, gosh, this is a bit of a red flag? You know, he's made this huge journey.
He's faked his own death to be with me.
There'll definitely be, I think, Netflix or a podcast or a YouTube thing from this anyway.
Yes.
So I wonder, we've all gotten those sort of emails from Nigerian widows of every single leader ever who've got millions who want to send to your account, and all they need is your bank details. So I don't know if there was some sort of con in it, or maybe it was just true love over the internet.
Yeah. But tell us a little bit about the jail time and what he's going to serve, because
89 days he got.
But is that how long he was actually missing
that's
for?
the amount of time the judge said he had wasted law enforcement's time, because that's the amount of days they
spent 89 days looking and searching for
So he actually did quite a good job at disappearing.
Well, the prosecution as well, they wanted 45 days, but the judge was like, no, 89, we're gonna double this. They spent about $30,000. Well, he's got to pay back $30,000 in restitution because you think, the money they spent, the
time
the
they
manpower,
wasted.
the time, and a wife and children who believed that their husband and their father was dead.
I know. And then when he came back, she divorced him, surprise, surprise.
She did.
I don't blame the poor wife.
Thank goodness for that.
I quite like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing about it is she filed for divorce, but no wonder. But I just want to remind you of a story that I remember. And as soon as I heard this, I thought about the John Darwin case. Do you remember that case, the British man's disappearance? And that was with a kayak too.
Yeah.
But what always fascinated me about that case, it was actually a long time ago that it happened. It was actually 2002, but there was a big ITV documentary on it, which I watched.
Yeah.
But he faked his own death, but was actually living next door to the family home where his kids and wife were. For very many years until they found out. And I
wasn't his wife in on it? Was she?
She was
in
in
on it. Yeah, it was a life insurance
And then they went
scam.
to Panama.
They went to Panama, and then there was a photograph of them taken, and so the story transpired.
Yeah.
But I just think, gosh, that is. It's just so fascinating, the lengths that people go to. And that was for life insurance. And at the time, they got paid out £250,000 in life insurance. But the kids have spoken out since and said how traumatic it was. They thought their dad had died. But the whole time the mum was in on it.
Yeah.
So it's fascinating what people do. But
It is,
why
yeah.
always a kayak?
Must be a lot of kayaking in. I guess they're literally hoping that it will be cause of death drowning, even without the body.
You don't know where the body is.
Yeah, exactly. And that was on a river, and so you can float down that, but obviously in a lake, you don't really have anywhere to go.
But fascinating. I mean, I've got to give it to him, an A for effort when it comes to love.
Why he came back to the US as well? Because he must have known that he was going to be convicted, we get divorced and all of that. So
we're not sure if he was betrayed by the woman, because a Russian-speaking woman phoned the US authorities, and she connected them with him. So we don't know if she.
We have to wait for the podcast.
Yeah, if she told on him, or if he was ready to come home.
So we're going to move on to another story now, and it's actually not about divorce. Taylor Swift is officially off the market. The pop star announced her engagement to NFL star Travis Kelce, sharing a heartfelt post that's already racked up over 18 million likes. Social media erupted with fans cheering and getting emotional over the couple's news. And I can't actually tell you how happy I was, because I'm a massive Taylor Swift fan. I've loved her since her country music. And obviously, so much hype around the engagement, the wedding. I can't wait for it. They've been, the US royals. This is who it is. So are you surprised that fans just went sort of a little bit starstruck crazy?
I am not surprised in the slightest. I have friends who are very, very excited about this news, so I've seen it firsthand. People feel like it's their best friend who's got engaged. She has that type of relationship. I'd say there's a lot of parasocial relationships that go on between Taylor Swift and her fans, but she has cultivated that every step of the way. She's very open with her fans. Her albums, as we know, are diaries. The insight, as soon as an album is released, people are poring over the lyrics to find out who that person is and this person. So, and the whole time she has actively encouraged that. She's never been one to pour her heart out in an album and then say, no, but I want my privacy. And I think that's really important in this day and age. She lives a very public life, and this has been a very public relationship and a very public engagement. And I think it's interesting you called them American royals, because I do think America's been looking for a long time for someone to step into that Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, JFK Jr. role. They want these icons, and they kind of fit perfectly. You've got the girl next door and the sports jock. It writes itself practically.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more, because I love the caption that she put. She said, your English teacher is marrying your gym teacher.
Yes.
And I thought that's just so perfect. But also the fact it's sort of that American dream. You know, she's a Southern girl who essentially wrote music, really into country, and she meets the all-star sportsman, and it's like a lovely love story, and they both just love each other for who they are. And he embraces all of Taylor's fame and, you know, what she loves to share. But I also just think we have a golden thread always running through our show, and it's Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And even Donald Trump actually was asked about it in the Oval Office last night when there was a really serious meeting. They interrupted him to say,
I know.
breaking news.
And, you know, just the fact that that's stopped, probably, I don't know, maybe they're talking about Ukraine and thought, let's stop to go to Taylor Swift. And he did say, I wish them a lot of luck. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person, which was quite shocking in itself, because he's only back in May he said that I hate Taylor Swift in capital letters, and he said she's no longer hot and the tide has seriously turned, and he's previously said that he's not a Taylor fan and that she'll probably pay a price for it on the marketplace, while at the same time that didn't happen because she's been declared the richest female musician ever just this week. And also I think her new album, The Life of a Showgirl, will probably do okay.
I think it's going to be a great album.
It's going to be a smash hit.
But I just wonder about this because, you know, I've always listened to Taylor Swift's album and I love the songs that she writes about the makeups and the breakups. But really, you know, the interesting one, like she had one in the latest album called The Smallest Man That Ever Lived, about Matt Healy. And I thought that was just the ultimate diss track. You know, if you ever break up with someone, just basically call him the smallest man that ever lived. But my big question is, like, creativity. Now that you get married and you're happy, you mentioned Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, she had the best breakup album probably ever in
Ironic.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Jagged Little Pill, the album.
You all know. I love that in the 90s, and we still don't really know who he was. But you're right. And then remember, there was all that stuff about maybe when Adele got married and got happy.
Oh yes.
So there is some merit in it, but I don't mean to be all doom and gloom. But like we will have the wedding album probably, because I don't think she'll get married for like a year maybe or 6 months. So she can churn out another album.
I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. The
papers were saying that they think it'll be before the end of the year, which possibly, you know, she's a billionaire. You can turn around a wedding in probably no time. But then
we won't be seeing protests either, like we did with Bezos. I'm sure there will not be people.
Oh, there definitely won't be that.
I think it'll be a much smaller, intimate wedding, like in.
Oh no! I hope it'll be like in the Vatican with the Pope.
No,
we could get Zelensky, Putin.
They would turn up. They would.
Oh no, but then she'll get the Nobel Peace Prize, and Trump will never.
Trump would hate her again. Yes.
But what do you think about her creativity? Does love stifle creativity? Or does it make you just a little bit more mature?
That's really interesting because I remember when Beyonce wrote Lemonade, that was about troubles in her relationship, and it was absolutely fantastic. But she has produced incredible albums when she's happy with Jay-Z. So I think when you're writing a happy album, you've got to just write bangers and disco hits and like amazing songs like that, as opposed to gushing about how in love you are. Because we love Taylor, but no one really wants to hear that. You know, there's a lot going on in the world, Taylor. We're happy
kind of like
you.
Shake It Off, Blank Space. You know, what's the one? He's Trouble or something. They're all like.
I knew you were trouble.
None of those are kind of lovey-dovey.
No, they don't.
But then, you know, over 50% of marriages end in divorce in the US. So.
Well, you know what? I really hope that this marriage works out for her, only because, you know, Taylor Swift, I look at her and I spoke to a Swiftie fan earlier and they said Taylor Swift feels like our older sister.
Yes.
You know, she's someone who I don't think ever has had awful scandals about her. Yes, maybe criticism for her relationships, but, you know, she's quite a sort of solid role model for many girls and many young women. Taylor Swift, she talks about who she is. She's been a fantastic businesswoman. I don't know.
Oh yeah, she's like I said, the wealthiest.
You know, I wish her all the best in in a marriage? Because I think, you know, she's actually a good person to look up to.
She's very savvy as well. Like, I don't think she gets the credit. I mean, she's an incredible singer-songwriter, but the savvy way she has negotiated fame, going from country to pop, that's not easy, because country is very territorial. You know, once you're gone, you're kind of
look at
dead
Beyonce
to them.
trying to break
Yeah,
into
exactly. Or there was the altercations online with Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. That went on for a very long time, and she emerged from that.
True, yeah. And then when she bought back the rights or remade them,
She took on Scooter Braun and brought,
very smart. So I think
she's very smart. Yeah.
I think though that level of intensity and could be stifling for a relationship. But I think, like you said, all of that she's gone through. I think she does seem like someone who has her head screwed on and has already gotten through all of that level of vitriol that comes with sort of fame and fortune. But then it's not just her that we got to consider. It's him as well, and how he can cope with, you know, being in a relationship.
He's totally along for the ride.
Eyes of the world on it, and you know, have they got a prenup? I don't.
That's the main thing.
We would assume she... I mean, we've just talked about how savvy she is. Yeah, she's not going to get married without a prenup.
So let's move to the part of the show that I love, because Gemma and Shane, you've chosen some stories. I wonder if the prenup will be in the Guinness World Records. Could be the biggest prenup ever. But tell us about the Guinness World Records, because it's actually turned 70, and
Today,
to celebrate it... Yeah, 70. I can't believe it. So 70 years we've had these records, and to celebrate, it's highlighted some unclaimed titles that maybe people should give a go. You know, why not?
Yeah, so you could have... These haven't been done, which kind of surprised me. The most whoopee cushions sat on in 1 minute. The fastest time to blow a stamp, 10 metres. The furthest distance bottle flip. I don't know what a bottle flip is, but we'll come back to that. The most high fives in 30 seconds. I quite like that one. Have we got 30 seconds? No, we don't. The fastest 400-metre sack race, and the fastest time to ascend Everest on a bicycle.
But you could die doing that because of altitude problems. So I don't know if the Everest one is a wise one.
That's quite a tricky one.
Yeah, I think
we could do the high fives and the whoopee cushion.
And the sack
definitely,
race.
Yeah.
But I think like the Everest one, maybe you might not have much left by the end.
No, but I quite like that it's 70 years today because it actually started right in the town where I grew up.
That's amazing.
Or Castlebridge in County Wexford in Ireland.
And it's basically the person who owns the Guinness brand who started this, right?
Yeah, they were shooting birds on a stage, you know, very down with the people. And they were like, what is the fastest game bird in Europe? And they said, if only there was a place you could look up a list of records. So then someone said, that sounds like a great idea. They started the book, and now it's sold probably like about 150 million in 40 countries. And I would say it's still going relatively strong. Do you remember the BBC show with Record Breakers is coming back? So I think there's still interest in being record breakers.
And also, I wonder if this could have broken any records. Corgis. Tell us about yours, Gemma.
Corgis.
Little corgi doggies, and they're competing for titles in Lithuania.
This is Lithuania's annual corgi race, which I was not aware of until today, but now, obviously, I'm completely obsessed. It's in its 5th year, and it involves 120 teams. So this is massive. This is happening in Lithuania, and I had no idea. Teams from Poland, Latvia, Germany, Austria, and Italy, and they compete in the solo sprint. There's best dress, there's mightiest voice. So we've got corgis running around dressed up as Batman, dressed up as princesses. A corgi named Amigo won best dress, being dressed up as a fur factory with little chimneys as well. So the attention to detail, you have to respect him. And another called Mango won the solo race. There they go. Look at them go. Now, I didn't know as well, corgis are herding dogs. So they have an insane amount of energy, as we can see. But it's a bit of joy, really. I think it's so joyful. Beautiful. It's absolutely wonderful.
Oh, do you know what? Just a little bit of knowledge. Do you know what corgi means in Welsh? Because they're Welsh dogs.
No, tell.
It means small dog. Because, you know, obviously corgi was Welsh, so I know that... but they are gorgeous little things.
It's a bit of fun, love it.
And, of course, the Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah,
she loved her corgis.
It's good that the corgis haven't sort of gone into history now that the Queen has gone. They're still living on strongly in Lithuania.
This little plane.
Here we are. Here's best dress. Well, here's the fancy dress competition.
Oh, wow.
It's comedy gold.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. What a nice story to end on. Everyone just loves dogs. You know, what would we do without a Rastafarian dog there? And that's all we've got time for tonight. Thanks to today's guests, correspondent and columnist Gemma White and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for tuning in.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and today we're going to be getting the latest on a US plan aimed at ending the war in Gaza. We'll also be speaking to the chair of the UN staff for Gaza, Andrew Gilmore. Plus, we examine the latest US tariffs to take effect on India and ask if they'll have the effect of sending New Delhi into Beijing's open arms. Hello and welcome to the programme. Tensions are rising not only in Gaza but also in the West Bank, where unrest has grown since the war began on the 7th of October 2023. Well, in the latest Israeli army raid, the Red Crescent says 14 people were injured, 7 by live fire. The Israeli army has been carrying out systematic raids across the West Bank, targeting population centres. Well, the most recent one struck a currency exchange in Ramallah, which the Israeli army said was being used to fund Hamas's militant activities. Well, roughly $447,000 were seized during the operation. That's according to Israeli officials. Meanwhile, turning our attention to Gaza, and the US President Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is back in the spotlight. The US President is due to hold a meeting today on the territory's post-war future. That's according to his envoy, Steve Witkoff. Well, the world now awaits to see what the US President envisions for the war-torn Strip. His proposal has so far imagined turning Gaza into a luxury hub, what he called, in his own words, the Riviera of the Middle East. Well, that plan drew sharp criticism from both the EU and Arab nations, especially because it involved the relocation of some 2 million Gazans. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ambassador Dr. Omar Awad Allah, who is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Palestinian Authority. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, mediators have circulated a draft ceasefire and hostage release deal. We understand Hamas accepted that deal, and yet Israel hasn't given an official response. Why do you think Israel isn't responding?
Thank you for having me. We do believe that Israel is not interested in ending this war. They want to continue with their genocidal war against the Palestinian people. They're still pushing and pressuring our people in Gaza for the forcible displacement and to go out of Gaza. This is the Israeli project, and we believe that Mr. Netanyahu is not interested in the lives of the Palestinians or in the lives of the hostages and prisoners. He's about himself and about continuing this war up until the ending this project by transferring the Palestinian people or annihilating all the Palestinian people.
Yeah, indeed. We've had a guest already this week here on Al Arabiya English who suggested perhaps the people of Gaza, he didn't mention people in the West Bank, but the people of Gaza, he said, could be relocated to Sinai or even Indonesia, which is, of course, tens of thousands of kilometres away. That was a suggestion that came from an academic in Israel. I mean, what do you make of suggestions like that? How would you rebut that?
Actually, we have the Arab League resolutions, the resolutions by the OIC, the Islamic Cooperation Organization, and we believe that this is unacceptable, and the Arab world will not accept us taking this decision by refusing any kind of transfer of the Palestinian people. This is a red line, and we will never accept that. The Arab world and Indonesia and other Islamic countries, they did not accept. I will never accept this, because this is a war crime, and no one will be joining Netanyahu and his government in committing such a crime against the Palestinian people. We are Palestinians. We will stay here. This is our homeland, and anyone who wants us to be transferred out of this land, they can go out of this land, but not us.
We've heard from the new, well, let's say 4-month-old Pope, the American Pope Leo XIV. He, of course, leads 1.4 billion Catholics around the world. Today, he demanded that Israel stop what he called the collective punishment and the forced displacement of the Palestinians. Of course, collective punishment is something that flies in the face of international law. And I'm wondering whether you think the Pope's words carry weight. And do you think that this quite strong statement will change anything?
I think it is a strong statement. It's a moral and legal voice, because transferring any of the Palestinians, including our Christians that are now in Gaza, they are also facing this genocide and this brutal occupation in Gaza. For sure, the Pope, he has that moral and legal and the voice that we want to hear from all other players all over the world. Collective punishment is a crime, but what we are facing actually in Gaza is a genocide and is a war crime, the crimes against humanity. We think that these voices, adding to those voices that already announced at the international arena against this genocidal war, can bring results, including by taking actions against the Israeli occupation, against the Israeli practices and measures, the genocide in Gaza. We believe that these voices should transferred and translated into actions by sanctioning this illegal regime, the Israeli illegal regime, by taking actions.
Yeah, I was going to say, because when I was doing my research, Dr. Awadallah, I saw that you described the situation as apartheid colonialism in the 21st century. And of course, you urge the international community not just to speak up, but to do things. Which countries do you think should be doing what?
You know, if we can recall the United Nations report about the famine, the man-made famine in Gaza, this report just divided the world into 3 categories. One category, these states with shame because they are silent. The other category, the states that are complicit in the crime of genocide and famine. Third, states that are principled and they are following the international law, and they are principled and abide by international law, and they respect international law and taking decisions and actions against Israel. I don't want to divide actually the world into these countries, but it is very clear that those who are silent, they should be ashamed. Those who are complicit, they should stop this complicity against our people by the complicity in the crime of genocide. And those who are principled, they should work more and work hard actually to change the opinion of the other 2 states, the other 2 categories, to come and join these efforts to implement the international law in Palestine. Actually, what Israel is doing is not only harming the Palestinian people, it's harming all the international community, because Israel is normalizing the attack on civilians, normalizing the attack on hospitals, normalizing the attack on your colleagues, the journalists 2 days ago. They are attacking every civilian, and now they are having this famine and using the famine and starvation as a method of war. We believe it's clear, crystal clear, that the international community should take decisions. And today we have a Security Council meeting, and we are calling all states to take decisions, to put forward resolutions under Chapter 7 to resolve this and to act now to stop the genocide and the extended, actually, genocide to the West Bank, as you mentioned just minutes ago.
Sure, and I wanted to ask you, there are countries like the United Kingdom and France that have said that they are going to recognise the state of Palestine. Which category would you put those two countries in? And do you think their declaration will actually change anything?
You said it just a minute ago that we are now asking countries to take actions, not only words. But we value these countries that are going to recognize the state of Palestine, because this is a practical step. This is actionable issue. And this is not a mere symbolic issue. It's actionable that sends good messages, big messages to the Palestinian people that we see you while you are facing existential threat by Israel. We are supporting your right to life, your right to exist. And to Israel, they are sending a message that you are not sovereign over the Palestinian territory and you cannot continue with killing the Palestinians and denying them their right to self-determination, and a message to the international community that if we want really to uphold the two-state solution, this is the practical step. So we put France and UK in the category of the principled states that are willing to take actions, and they are taking actions because UK, they already put Smotrich and Ben Gvir as terrorists on the list of terrorism in their countries, and they are denying them the entry to UK, and other brave countries already and bold countries took the same decisions, that putting those terrorists on the list of terrorism, their national list of terrorism. So this is actions that we are asking countries to take more actions, like such actions toward sanctioning this regime.
We've been covering the situation in Gaza since this channel began a year ago, and I've been covering it for a year before that, obviously since the beginning of the war in Gaza. And there's some very strong language associated with what's happening there. Most recently, as you mentioned, famine. There's also the accusation of genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, crimes against humanity, indictments at the International Criminal Court. Why have none of these announcements, none of these extremely serious sorts of language and choices of word and actions caused a reconsideration by Israel? Why won't Israel reconsider?
Actually, because Israel is a rogue state. Israel thinks that they are above the international law. It's ruled by war criminals. Mr. Netanyahu himself, he's a war criminal and he's wanted before the International Court, Criminal Court. So he's a war criminal, and the Troika and the Israeli government are terrorists, and they are settlers. And if you look at the International Court of Justice and their determination about settlements and settlers that should be evacuated, that this is illegal regime and should be end as rapidly as possible. So Israel, as a rogue state, they are not interested in international law. The way that they are strive more is in war. It's a war cabinet. It's a war government. This is how they conduct their business, by committing crimes and the worst and the heinous crime, the crime of genocide against the Palestinian people. So we believe that the only way for this government to stop this genocide is by states take actions and take sanctions and put some consequences on such governments by political, economical, trade sanctions on Israel. This is the only way to act now and to let this government to stop what they are doing against our people in Gaza or in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem.
Let's turn our attention to what's happening in Washington today. President Trump hosting a White House meeting on post-war plans for Gaza. Does that give you a sense of optimism?
You know, the current American administration, this is the administration that they brought the first ceasefire. And Mr. Trump, when he was elected, the ceasefire became true, and we had a ceasefire that Israel broke in January, actually. So we believe that if the American administration wants to bring a ceasefire, they can do that by pressuring Israel. Maybe the only administration that can put pressure on Israel to stop this war, to stop this genocide, is the American administration. We as Palestinians, we all always optimistic, and we are looking forward. And we believe that the only way out is by stopping this war, stop this aggression, and stop this genocide against the Palestinian people. And we believe that those who are principled, they can bring a ceasefire. But unfortunately, yet we do not see any actionable by the American administration or any other international player to put an end to this genocide. Today we will be monitoring and we will be following what is really happening in Washington at the American administration and in the Security Council in New York at the same time. And if the Americans are serious about ending this war and this genocide, they can go to the Security Council and submit a resolution under the Chapter 7 to end this war and to compel Israel to accept the international law and the rules of the international law. The resolution 2735, it was an American-made resolution. Unfortunately, Israel never implemented any of these resolutions. So we believe we need more pressure on Israel, and we're still looking at what today the American administration will come up, especially after the massacre yesterday and the massacre the day before and today's massacre and the famine that is happening in Gaza. We believe that America can be at the third category that I mentioned if they want to be at the principled, category of the world that are principled with international law and fulfilling the international law and the international legitimacy.
Let's turn our attention to where you are. You're speaking to us from Ramallah in the West Bank. And of course, there have been considerable tensions there this week. There's been the announcement of yet more settlement expansion there. What is the situation like today?
Actually, you made an easy word. It's more than tension. It's an extension of genocide to the West Bank. It's an ethnic cleansing, as you said it before. It's an apartheid regime that Israel trying to entrench in the occupied Palestinian territory. They are using their settlers, their terrorist settlers, to attack the Palestinian villages under the cover and the protection of the Israeli occupation army. The situation is horrible. It's not less vicious and brutal than what is really happening in Gaza Strip. It is the same. Israel is attacking all aspects of lives here. Now they are trying to start with their colonial project, which called E1, that will separate the West Bank and will divide the West Bank into two separate entities, two separate units, actually, without any viability, without any connectivity. This is the textbooks, as in the textbooks, the name of the apartheid and the rightful of how they want to dominate the Palestinian people and to segregate the Palestinian people. So the situation is horrific. The people are dying. At the north of the West Bank, we have more than 40,000 people forcibly transferred out of their houses. Their houses were demolished, actually, so nowhere to go back. At the same time, there is attacks on the holy sites in Jerusalem. Israel is doing every violation in the international law and in the Geneva Conventions and in the Rome Statute. Israel is a war criminal and it is ruled by war criminals, and we believe that they are trying to continue with this war against our people because they are not interested in any way or another for the Middle East to be a calm Middle East, or in a way or another have peace or security or prosperity in the Middle East.
I mean, just lastly, when you talk about further divisions in the West Bank along the lines that you just mentioned, what do plans like that do for the ambition of a two-state solution? Do they make that ambition no longer viable?
It's the independence of the state of Palestine is not an ambition. It's a right for the Palestinian people. It's a historic, it's a legal, it's natural right for the Palestinian people to have their state and to achieve their right to self-determination. I think we had a great opportunity and great momentum in New York in last July, when we had that conference, the peace conference, that was co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. That is an opportunity. That is an initiative for peace that will be, instead of the initiative of death that Netanyahu is trying to impose in the West Bank. So we believe that there is opportunity if anyone wants to take that opportunity and to use that opportunity for peace and security and stability in the region and in the Middle East. We have that conference that was held in New York, and with the good declaration and the annex to that declaration that we all can endorse and work accordingly to implement the two-state solution by ending the illegal occupation and by dismantle the Israeli illegal regime and apartheid regime, and to dismantle the settlements regime and to evacuate all settlers out of the Palestinian territory. If we want opportunity, if we want a peace plan, if we want a plan, we have that conference, we have that outcome, we have that declaration where we can work toward ending this illegality that is happening in the Middle East, not only in Palestine, and to resolve the peace and security problem in the Middle East, which is the question of Palestine. There is an opportunity. Settlements, in a way or another, they will be dismantled. They cannot be here forever. The occupation will end, and we will be confront this occupation by peaceful means and by using the international law and the efforts and the good efforts by our brothers, the Saudis and friends, the French, by the conference that was held, as I said, in New York in last July. And we will continue on that effort in upcoming September in the General Assembly to fulfill the outcome of this declaration toward the fulfillment of the independence of the State of Palestine and the two-state solution as the practical step toward having peace and security and prosperity in the region.
OK, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Omar Awadallah, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Palestinian Authority. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, we're going to stay with Gaza now and turn our attention to our next guest, who is Andrew Gilmore, the former UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, who served in that position from the years 2016 to 2019. He's now currently the chair of the UN staff for Gaza. Mr. Gilmore, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I just want to ask you about that second role that I mentioned when I introduced you just there. You took up this role 2 or 3 weeks ago, I gather. Could you just tell us what it entails and why you decided to take it on?
Yes, it's not an official role. It is a group of UN staff. And that's actually, I think, the first time in the UN's 80-year history that a group of staff have sort of come together. And I understand why this will be the first time that they feel so angry, so sort of disempowered, and at the same time feeling such solidarity with our UN colleagues in Gaza and the West Bank who are working and dying in unspeakable conditions. So it's a group of solidarity, and they asked, I'm an ex-UN person, they asked me to be a chair to give a form of advice, and we have a few other senior colleagues from the past who were there to help them out and to give them some guidance in potentially tricky moments.
And in terms of that role, I mean, what are going to be your priorities in the role, and what do you think you bring to the table?
Well, I think a major priority, Tom, is in fact that it has never happened in our history that a country is picking off UN civil servants, UN staff members, in anything like the way Israel has been doing. Now, I fully understand why journalists feel the need, and I would too, they draw attention to the killing of journalists, Palestinian journalists, by the Israelis, but the UN staff seem to be rather forgotten, and over 300 have been killed by Israel, many in their homes. They know exactly where they live, along with their families, and many of them working. But they're doing work mandated by governments, by the UN member states. And it seems to me particularly unfair that they're doing their work and they get killed for it. And the UN member states don't seem to be very outraged by it. The UN staff are outraged, and the Secretary General and the head of UNRWA, of course, they're all outraged, rightly. But the member states, for whom ultimately these murdered people are working, seem to get very short shrift. Nobody pays much attention to them, and I think that's pretty outrageous. So I'm rather hoping to focus a little bit more on that. It's not just the journalists, it's not just the medics, it's also the UN staff who are being systematically killed.
And just tell me, because when I speak to Israeli officials and we put new figures to them and we tell them that we're horrified by news of UN workers being killed, and there's been so many cases, you know, we've almost lost track. But every time we put that to a spokesperson or someone who supports Prime Minister Netanyahu, he'll say, yes, but those individuals wore two hats. On the one hand, yes, they were doing some UN work, but on the other hand, they were Hamas operatives. How would you advise me to respond to those kinds of allegation from the Israeli? It's almost a justification they're giving me there.
Of course it's a justification, and a completely dishonest one. I mean, I would respond, well, it seems to be very odd, Mr. Israeli spokesman, that basically every single medic in Gaza is a Hamas operative. Every single teacher in Gaza is a Hamas operative. Every single UN worker is an operative. Every single journalist is an operative. Every child that you're killing is an operative. It's just totally, totally untrue. And it's their justification. They are doing something. They're trying to make life as unbearable as possible, and they're doing a very good job at that, in the hope that the Palestinians will leave Gaza. And by killing the teachers, the medics, the UN workers and the journalists, the witnesses, that's what they're doing.
When you took up your new voluntary Gaza role 2 or 3 weeks ago, you said words to the effect that the international response to Gaza is the cruelest and most extreme example of double standards in your lifetime. And you said that it made a mockery of international law. I've paraphrased you there slightly, but just talk us through what you were communicating there and what precedents you think this sets.
Yeah, good question. There are always double standards. Nobody ever, even the most moral government, doesn't have an entirely consistent stance and equally principled in every position. But then there are some that are especially egregious. What is unique about Gaza is that for 22 months, we are seeing live-streamed war crimes of such breadth, of such intensity, that almost certainly would fit into virtually every definition of genocide. And yet, somehow, Western countries, not only Western countries, we'll come to that, but mainly Western countries have just shied away from calling out this massive 22-month-old crime that we are seeing live-streamed. Now, if I may say, I was a junior UN official, very junior official in 1994 during the Rwanda genocide. And my job in those days was to be the daily note taker in the Security Council consultations to report to the Secretary General and senior staff of what was going on. And during that time, Tom, it was one of the worst times of my life. Every day I would record the ambassadors saying, this is not genocide. You know, it's not genocide. We don't have enough evidence to say it's genocide. And they had various motivations in pretending that it wasn't. The difference between then and now is that the evidence that the UN staff had in those days, there were no iPhones, there was no email. We had like fax machines. People would send a fax a day. They could just about plausibly say that we didn't know for certain it was genocide. But there is no excuse for the ambassadors now to say, we didn't know. They know very, very well. And I think there's going to be a huge reckoning for that. But so that's why I think it's the most extreme example of double standards. And yet the same governments are very happy to lecture other countries for their failings on human rights, but they are essentially giving pretty much a blank check, totally blank check when it comes to the Americans, and a semi-blank check when it comes to the Europeans for Israel's actions.
Why is Israel being given so much leeway by these countries, given, as you say, that the evidence is there for every human on this planet to see either on their smartphone or on their television screen?
I mean, I've been covering this issue. I mean, I went to Gaza first in 1983, so quite a long time ago, and the West Bank and Israel. I mean, I've been wondering about this all my life, to be honest. I would say perhaps two reasons in particular. One, the fear of being called out to being anti-Semitic, and that is especially acute in Germany for obvious reasons, but they still take it beyond any reasonable length in silencing their criticism of whatever action it is. And the other is to avoid pressure from the United States. And countries such as the UK and others are very wary about, or actually all countries are wary about offending the United States. And they know that if they really call out Israel for what it's actually doing, there will be a price to pay with the Americans. So those, I think, are the two main reasons why the normal rules of the game do not apply to the actions of the Israeli Defense Forces.
And do you think that explains the open letter that the French President Emmanuel Macron has written to Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying to him, stop weaponizing this word, anti-Semitism? I'm wondering whether you think that letter by President Macron has sort of, hit the bullseye in a way, and whether it's going to have any effect.
Well, I certainly think I agreed with wholeheartedly with the thought behind it. But and you've seen the reaction that the U.S. ambassador in Paris, who happens to be the father of President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, he has, written a huge letter to Macron accusing him of fomenting anti-Semitism merely by recognizing a Palestinian state that should have been done decades ago. So, they will throw anything at you to try to get you to stop behaving in a reasonable way. And clearly, somebody like him, the American ambassador to Paris, with his very, very strong, very fervent, militant pro-Israeli views over decades. He is a real hardliner and feels empowered to call out the president of France because he is not just that he's the ambassador of the United States, but that he is he's the father-in-law of Ivanka Trump.
Indeed. I want to pick up on something you were saying a little earlier on, talking about a day of reckoning. And in the past, you're quoted as saying that some people are going to end up on trial at The Hague. I was just wondering who you had in mind when you said that.
I will say the reckoning, and I'm not putting this in a biblical sense, a day of reckoning, but there will be a reckoning, as there always is at some time. I don't know when that will be. And it won't just be the people ordering these relentless strikes, the relentless sniper attacks on Palestinian children, the bombing of schools and hospitals. It will be everybody who supported them militarily, politically, and morally. It will affect certainly the United States government, who are the people who could stop it immediately. Certainly the Europeans, who are still Israel's biggest trade partner, but haven't used it. But also, I would say some of the governments that speak the same language as the Palestinians, because I can tell you, Tom, that there are the people in the foreign ministries of Europe and in the State Department of the United States are not feeling pressure from Arab colleagues. It's not as if they're saying, oh my God, we really need to do something because of our friends in the Arab world that are upset about it. They're not feeling that pressure, I can tell you. And I think that is amazing because probably never before has the Gulf, have the countries of the GCC been in a stronger position to influence the United States. For one reason, often in the past, people talked about how close the Bush administration was to various royal families of the Gulf. But here we have a US administration that has an almost sort of mystical adulation of money. No other administration is quite so obsessed and the appointment of businessmen, and they're always trying to do deals, starting with the president himself, and everything is seen in terms of a real estate transaction, whatever, or money. And let's face it, Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, has gone into business with very, very senior Gulf officials, and millions and millions, and actually billions and billions are being invested in Israel as we speak, and certainly with supporters of Israel in the United States. So it's not as if everybody is trying to stop this genocide. Certainly the Americans are giving it a green light. Certainly the Europeans are very, very weak and have essentially not used the tools that they have, but they're not the only ones who have not used the tools.
I mean, it's very hard to deny what's happening in Gaza, and some people still do, or they say they're not aware of the gravity of what's happening in Gaza. We heard Tom Fletcher announcing a famine in Gaza just under a week ago, and yet many, particularly in Israel, continue to dispute this. They say there's plenty to go round. It's all being exaggerated. What do you say to those who continue to downplay what's happening in Gaza?
It is grotesque to see footage of starving children and then to pretend that they are AI generated or that they come from the Sudan or whatever. It is scraping the barrel of depravity, actually, in a way, to try to pretend that that footage of a starving child is manufactured. And it is indisputable. It is indisputable there's famine in Gaza. So for the Israelis to pretend, even though they have the food supplies just over the border and they could move them in within a day if they wanted to, but they don't. There's been a long-standing practice. There was one of the senior advisors back in 2007 said in a rather sadistic way that we're going to put the Gazans on a diet. They didn't want to actually starve them to death, but we want to make them hungry. We want to make them desperate. We want to beat them around the head so much with their starvation that they will do whatever we want, which is always, as I remember saying to Israeli officials back then, can you tell me one population in history who becomes more moderate when they're starving? One population in history that becomes more moderate when they see their baby dying of famine. Nobody becomes more moderate in those ways. And yet it's consistently been a tool of the Israelis to try to make the Palestinians hungry. And as if somehow that's going to solve. Right now, it's been taken to beyond any level of humanity or comprehension, frankly. I say comprehension because I do not understand how they think they can gain by creating a mass man-made starvation.
Indeed, and I put this question to a lot of Israeli officials, quite the opposite. Aren't they creating the circumstances for generations more hatred? I mean, a child who's lost both parents, a sibling, an arm, a leg, an eye, is not going to grow up to be a person who has any affection whatsoever for the people just the other side of a border fence. So that's a point that I've been making time and time again. I mean, it sounds like you agree.
I do agree, Tom, but I'm slightly moving away from that because over the years, I've assumed that they would see the logic of that line. And now I don't. I think they want to create as much hatred as possible, and then they justify moving them out, because that is what they're trying to do now. They want to be a mass expulsion, and whether they do it under the guise of pretending that it's for their benefit. But that is what they're trying to do now, because if it wasn't, they would have responded to your argument, which has been my argument too. You are creating generations of hatred. And by the way, the UN has been saying that. There was a marvelous private letter sent by the UN Secretary General in 1956 to Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, the Israeli founding prime minister, saying, you think that treating the Palestinians in this way, because even then the Israelis were attacking Gaza, and in response sometimes to raids by the Fedayeen, Palestinian resistance from Gaza. This was before the occupation of 1967. But the Israelis would go in and hammer them, and the Secretary General said, you think this is somehow going to increase acceptance of Israel in the Arab world? You think it'll bring the Arabs to their senses and become more moderate? I tell you, said Dag Hammarskjöld, it will make the Arabs more hardline, and it will postpone for generations the acceptance of Israel in the region. So the UN has been consistent on that line, and yet it has no impact, leading one to think, well, actually, they don't care. What they really want to do is just expel them or kill them, one or the other.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly we got that impression earlier in the week when we spoke to an Israeli academic based in Haifa who said, you know, it may be necessary for the people of Gaza, 2 million of them, to be rehoused, I think he said, in places like Sinai, obviously quite nearby, but also Indonesia, tens of thousands of kilometers away. And I did say to him, what business have people got going to live in Indonesia when they have absolutely zero connection to that place? Why should they go? Have you heard such arguments before, and do you think they're widespread?
Yes, I have. I have a horrible feeling they're more than arguments, Tom. I think that is the plan, because we've also seen, well, I've read, I haven't been told definitively, that the Israelis are having discussions with the South Sudanese government, which is not an Arab country. South Sudan seceded from Sudan, which is an Arab country. But apparently they're thinking of putting them there and elsewhere. So there's absolutely no concern for even moving them into a friendly place where the Palestinians might feel at home with their Arab brethren or whatever. There's none of that. This is just a punitive, it's like exiling them.
I mean, out of all the things you've seen and heard during these last 22 months, Is there an image, some testimony, an incident that you think is going to be, for you, the most indelible? There's so many to choose from, I know, but the most indelible image since the start of the conflict?
No, I don't have a single one. I mean, it's day after day, something new happens. There's another group of children killed, another group of medics killed, another group of UN workers killed, shooting people who are queuing for food is just unfathomable. I mean, you make them so desperate and so hungry, and the food is so little that inevitably there's a bit of desperation and they rush for the food at the end, and then calmly shooting them, which is what they've been doing on a pretty regular basis over the last few weeks, is as I would say, unfathomable in its cruelty. I don't get it. I really don't get that.
Just lastly, sir, I mean, talks are taking place in Washington today. We don't know exactly what the nature of the talks is and what will be decided. But in that context, is there a message you have for President Trump, for his administration? What would be your appeal to them to put a stop to this?
I would say to American officials, I said, look, it's very clear that your president thinks he is a major mediator for peace. He's talking every single day about the conflicts he's stopping. He can never be considered for a really major prize if he's actively allowing a genocide to go on under his watch. I would say if you are serious about presenting your president as a man of peace, then get him to stop this ghastly set of activities every single day and the set of bloodshed of children and civilians being killed every single day.
Okay, that's where we're going to leave it. Thank you very much indeed. We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us as ever. Andrew Gilmore, former UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights. Thank you again. In other news, India has been hit with some of the highest tariffs in the world. This after the US President Donald Trump slapped a 50% tax on Indian goods. His reason? Because of India's purchase of Russian oil and weapons. Well, as the world's fifth largest economy and one of America's closest trading partners, this could shake up global trade. Well, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has struck back, urging his country to focus on self-reliance. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Stephen Vaughan, former United States Trade Representative and former General Counsel to the US Trade Representative. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. What's President Trump aiming to achieve here with these hefty tariffs that have just taken effect on India?
Well, I think first of all, we've had a number of trade disputes with India down through the years. They run a fairly significant trade surplus with the United States, and that's been a concern of the U.S. government for a long time. But I think he's also been very much affected by the ongoing trade between the U.S., between India and Russia. And he's made very clear that he's not happy with India buying so much Russian oil. He feels like that's supporting some of the activities that Russia's undertaking in Ukraine. And I think this is part of an effort to get them to engage and to take that issue more seriously.
And which sectors of the Indian economy do you think are going to be most hard hit?
I think it's not so much, obviously manufacturing will take a hit. They have a very robust manufacturing sector and obviously they would normally be looking to sort of grow and take more market share, particularly given the tariffs on China. So that's going to be a challenge for them. It's also going to make it more difficult for them as people are looking for alternatives to China and potential different ways of serving the U.S. market. It's going to make it harder for India to compete for that business. So I would say basically anything in the manufacturing sector, anything where they might otherwise have more of an opportunity to take sales from China.
I mean, this is a major economy we're talking about here. More than 1 billion people live in India. We're talking about the fifth biggest economy in the world. And it is, in fact, according to some estimates, the world's fastest growing economy. Do you think this is going to change that? Do you think that speed of growth is going to come down a few notches as a result of these tariffs?
Oh, I certainly think it's going to be a challenge for them. I mean, obviously they have an export-oriented economy, and like a lot of countries, they've sort of looked to build up a lot of capacity in that market and try to serve other countries by exporting. The U.S. if you're an exporter, the U.S. is the best market in the world. There's no other market that's been as open. There's no other big country that's been willing to run the type of trade deficits that we've been willing to run. There's no other market that has the kind of distribution system that we have. So it's just a really great market to be in. And it's going to be very difficult, I think, for them to maintain their current trajectory if they don't have access to this market.
But they do have other trade partners, the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Gulf countries. I mean, do you think they're simply going to redirect their efforts to countries they perceive as being less hostile as trading partners?
I'm sure they're gonna try that, you know, but there's a couple of problems. First of all, there's not any other economy that's as big as the U.S. and as open as the U.S. China is a big economy. It's not a very open economy. Europe is already facing a large amount of pressure on its own end in terms of, you know, increasing volumes of imports that they're seeing from China and from other markets. And then once you get beyond those two economies, you don't have the same scale really anywhere else. So I think it is going to be a real challenge for them to try to replace any lost sales to the U.S. market.
The Indian Prime Minister is set to visit China at the end of this month. Some might argue that the United States has thrust India into the very open arms of China. What would you say to that?
I mean, look, I think that, you know, again, the problem here is that India is supporting Russia and helping Russia to get around our sanctions. So it's going to be difficult to go to U.S. policymakers and say, you know, we need to be doing more favors for India at a time when India is taking such a hostile line in terms of its own attitude toward geopolitical issues. So I think that's going to be a difficult argument to make over here.
Do you think there's a message in here for the rest of the world, which is, you know, when the United States imposes sanctions on a country, you simply do not try to circumvent them? Is that the key message contained in this?
Well, I think the Americans are you know, look, I think more and more, I think Americans appreciate the importance of this market, what a great resource it is, not only for us, but for the rest of the world. And I think that what the president is talking about a lot and trying to get other countries to realize is that trading with the United States is a privilege, and it's a great privilege, and it can really do a lot of good for your country. But it is a privilege. And if you don't want to be cooperative with us and you want to be independent and you want to pursue totally policies that we regard as hostile or adverse to our interests, that's obviously your right as a free and sovereign country, but it is going to have consequences in terms of how much access you have to this market. And I definitely think that is something that the Americans are going to take more seriously going forward. And I think it's something that the rest of the world is going to take more seriously.
Do you think this is going to have lasting effects on the relationship between Washington and New Delhi? Do you think this is going to damage ties in the medium to longer term?
I mean, I think a lot of it's obviously up to the policymakers in India. I mean, you know, the U.S. has been doing trade policy for a long time. We've had a lot of trade disputes. You know, we used to have a lot of trade disputes with Japan back in the 70s and 80s. We used to have a lot of trade disputes. We've had trade disputes with Europe for decades, and we've never really let it undermine our willingness to cooperate on geopolitical issues when we can. So I think it's up to them. I think they have choices to make in terms of what kind of a relationship they want to have with the United States. I think the president's been very clear. The president's been very careful not to criticize, you know, Mr. Modi by name or his policies or anything like that, like we've seen him do with some other leaders. He's definitely leaving the door open to have conversations to work this out. And I think it's very likely that over time you'll see very productive negotiations between India and the United States.
I mean, Mr. Trump has been in office now for, you know, getting on 8 months. India isn't an isolated case, is it? There have been lots of other countries that have been subject to quite hefty tariffs. On the issue of tariffs, what's been the scorecard, would you say, for the Trump administration? How has all of this worked out? And do you think things have gone more or less according to plan as far as President Trump is concerned?
Oh, yeah, I think it's been a huge success, to be honest. I mean, first of all, people thought, you know, there was concern about inflation. Inflation is still relatively low. There was concern about supply chain difficulties or shortages. We haven't seen anything like that. Stock market is close to all-time highs. the Congress approved his tax cut measure. Jay Powell is indicating that we may be getting interest rate cuts here fairly soon, which is another thing the president's been looking for. The economic news has generally been quite favorable in recent months, and he's bringing in a lot of new tariff revenues, which he thinks is going to help with some of our fiscal issues. And he got trade deals with the EU, with Japan, with Korea, with the UK, with lots of our other big trading partners. So yes, it has been enormously successful, both in economic terms and in political terms.
And how does the US economy feel at the moment? Does it feel like things are on a roll at the moment?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of hope and optimism over here. I mean, you see that in the corporate profit numbers that came out in the last quarter. You see it in sort of how investors are viewing the stock market. You see it in, people know these tax cuts are going to kick in, and they know that there's likely going to be lower interest rates. That's going to have positive, favorable developments. So I think you see a lot of optimism over here right now.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, circling back to the case of India, what would be your advice to Prime Minister Narendra Modi for him to rectify the situation and get that trading relationship with the world's largest economy back on track?
I mean, look, India is a great country. They're going to do what they think is in their best interest. But obviously, I think if you want to have, a better trading relationship with the United States, I think you have to look carefully at what Japan did and what the EU did and what Korea has done and what other countries have done. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to make sense to come to the table and sit down with President Trump and work out an arrangement that's going to be beneficial to both countries. And I think the sooner he does that, the better off India will be.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us today. Stephen Vaughan, former US Trade Representative, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world...
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Miami. If you would hear that the city of Miami gets an average of 3,200 hours of sunshine, you'd probably head over to the city in an instant. The winters in Miami, in fact, are sunny too. Because of this, Miami has become known as quite a cheery city. Aside from the endless sunshine, there are many other reasons to explore the city. First are the beaches. A laid-back and easygoing city, you won't resist its beautiful beaches. Each one has its own characteristics, advantages, and attractions. The popular ones are the North Shore Park Beach, Crandon Park Beach, Golden Beach, and South Beach. And of course, with the many beaches in Miami come the exciting water sports. More than sunbathing and swimming, you must try other activities as well. Most beaches are equipped with the best developed facilities for you to be able to try the water sports. There's just so much to do. You can try kayaking, jet skiing, parasailing, scuba diving, and deep sea fishing. Tourists also like to take lessons on windsurfing and parasailing. Then there are also the Everglades, or the tropical wetlands just right outside Miami. Lucky if you'll spot an American crocodile and Florida panther. It's a great place to see, observe, and experience nature closely. When visiting the Everglades, head to an alligator farm to enjoy an alligator show. This is truly a one-of-a-kind and thrilling experience. Knowledgeable experts will teach you how to handle these creatures of the swamp and show some simple catching techniques. What can be more exciting than feeding an alligator and taking a photo with him? Miami is also quite an artistic city. It has become an excellent destination for esteemed artists and art galleries from all over the country. It's also notable how Miami's museums and art galleries aren't the usual stuffy and intimidating types. The place's friendly ambiance allows visitors to really learn about the arts. Other interesting destinations in Miami include the Lincoln Road, a place for upcoming artists in the 80s. Today, it's where you can shop for cute things. There are chic bookstores, cafes, and yes, clothing stores for you to see. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, "I want to eat." He wouldn't say, "I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water." But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that, there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing, and that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an oversensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot, and now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play, so then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapist told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj, do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khalil. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and then comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
What do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family. He has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, you know, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family, and the responsibility that he feels towards them, and his responsibility towards humankind and doing good for all people.
Such a big universe, and so much of it is in post in a way, so like having trust with the people around is so important, especially for something like this.
I think just like everybody in this cast, whether it's Joe or Eben, Pedro, Vanessa, they're all such incredible actors, and they have such range and deep soul. They can do anything.
I think he's like a really tragic character. I don't know, we had such a nice time. Sometimes it was hard maintaining his tragedy because he's inherently in a bit of a war with himself. But I don't know. It wasn't too much hard. It was a really fun job.
What was the most challenging part about playing the role? Being blonde, trying to get under the surface, get under the skin of a blonde, felt quite difficult. With blue eyes, I can't relate. So that was the most challenging part.
The size and weight of the suit. You know, it's a lot of suit to wear. A lot of lights to the way they shot me highlighting. So yeah, but it was good. All worth it.
I've got everybody telling me, your collar's up, your collar's up. I've left it there. It's how I like it.
وهلا السيت داون انترفيو 1-on-1 مع ايبن موس باكارا وايضا مع جوزيف كوين للكلام عن هالفيلم. I was at the fan event there, and it was so crazy to see how much they know, how much they're anticipating, how now that you're touring for this, how much is the experience also different because you have all the fans excited about it.
It's quite surprising. I mean, when we were in Berlin the other night, like we pulled up to this event and I thought there was going to be a few hundred people there, and there was like thousands and thousands. I find it very encouraging. It's really inspiring. Obviously, we know how much the Fantastic Four mean to people, but when you get out there and actually see the eyes and the smiles and the faces, there's nothing like it.
What's the feeling watching the thing put together? Because the world is so beautiful and the 60s look great on screen and there's a futuristic and all the gadgets.
It was just immense fun. It's like a playground, really, and I think kind of when you're working on a film set like that where there's so much detail and scale at the same time, that was what was fascinating to me, the fact that they were able to invest in creating these enormous sets, but also the intricacies and the details there was so much attention and care put into that. It's wonderful and doesn't happen all the time.
Wow, folks, we all know the story. 4 brave astronauts head up into space and come back forever changed.
This car?
I think you played him with emotion and care. I really loved how, his emotions from the inside resonate, although you in that, I assume, hours-long fitting of costume. How much of a challenge was that, and how important was it for you that he feels so emotional?
That was my job. That was like my marching orders, was to bring as much of my own, the most ebon, sort of tender part of my insides as I could bring to this guy. And it was like a nice objective, and to sort of, I don't know, like be as much as present with my scene partners as I could be. It was a pleasure, absolute pleasure. It wasn't very hard.
Our city, our planet, owe a debt to these intrepid souls. And while we can never repay them, we can certainly celebrate them.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Thank you.
Thank you, Fantastic Four.
Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
Johnny also feels very emotional in this one, but also with a lot of humor, and the rapport with the Silver Surfer is fun. So how much can you tell us about it?
It was an enormous treat working with Julia Garner, who plays the Silver Surfer brilliantly. She's such a talent. Yeah, and she's such a talent and lovely to be around. So kind of negotiating that relationship was interesting. She's a wicked talent.
Okay. That's fantastic.
You're late.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? You're late for dinner.
Yes, we are.
You're late?
I just said that.
Are you pregnant?
What?
There's an obvious sense of family on the set. I mean, obviously, it's the theme of the Fantastic Four, but every time I meet some of you, it feels like everybody got so close. Is it the right impression?
We did. We got very close. This long shooting days, it's the Fantastic Four, so we were in every day. Sometimes you have quite kind of transient filmmaking experiences where you're not all together at the same time, and you can spend quite a lot of time alone, but we spent a lot of time with each other. And so that kind of informed the film and added to the film and added to our lives.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It's my fault. I stretched the bounds of space.
Did you watch or read comic books at a younger age?
Yeah, I'm like a big fantasy, sci-fi kind of genre nerd from, since I could read. Yeah, I read a lot of comics as a kid, but they were not Marvel. They were my favorite comic was Elf Quest.
Mine was Asterix. Do you know Asterix?
I love Asterix. I love Asterix. Yeah.
I love Asterix.
Love that.
What about you, Joseph?
That was pretty much the only comic I read, yeah. My dad used to read it to me in French.
Good facial hair in that comic. Good mustaches.
Bring them back.
Yeah.
But it was Obelix and his love for... But, that's a different subject to open. But, it's...
Tintin, did you like Tintin?
I love Tintin.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
What do you feel it is about those comics? Is it making your imagination work when you're younger that gets you so attached to them? You could see it from the fans at Fantastic Four. They're attached.
Yeah, the cool thing about comics, it's like, you just draw a scenario and you're there. It's much harder to make a movie where you take you to outer space or take you to the North Pole or take you wherever it is or take you back in time. Making the comic, obviously these artists are very gifted, but you just draw it there. And if the writing is compelling, then you as a reader are deeply involved and you're right there with them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say it!
Please welcome the Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic. Invisible Woman. Human Torch.
I love you, Johnny.
And the Thing.
Hey, what time is it? Say the thing.
That's not really something I say.
It's very important to this roles because they spend so much time together, and it's kind of like a pressure cooker of filming. So how was the atmosphere on set for you, for them? Did it really become a Fantastic Four family?
It did, and we started with 3 weeks of rehearsal. I'm a theater director as well. I really believe in that. I believe in getting people together and helping to build those relationships and talk about history and work through the script together. And so we had a lot of time to kind of build a groundwork and a foundation so that when we got to set, they already felt like a family, they already had a shorthand with each other, and we could just kind of have fun making the movie.
The art department must have felt like a family in this one because the choice of each prop, you know, the car that we saw yesterday, every single detail in this film is important to the story, isn't it?
Yeah, we were building a world, an entire world from the ground up. A whole new technology. Everything had to be created, from their watches to the cars to the Herbie robot to their amazing, fantastic kitchen. Everything was its own new invention.
I herald his beginning. I herald your end. I herald Galactus.
When did you have the idea of bringing the 60s to the future in that sense? You know, I love that retro-futuristic idea because it brings the best of all worlds.
From the beginning, we knew that we didn't want to set it in our 60s, but we wanted to set it in the 60s. So we set it in the 60s because that's when they were created. It felt like the right time, the space race, the sense of optimism. It's so a part of their DNA. The fashion is really cool. But we knew they hadn't been around in our 60s or else we would have heard about them. So we put them on a different universe and a different Earth.
You don't want to just crush him, hide that.
The four of us will face the danger. We will protect you.
Well, I think that Julia enjoyed most being, like, you know, up in the air all the time, especially you spoke yesterday about her first day. So, you know, you take an actress like her who's done a very big range of stuff and you put it in here. And how much do you feel like she's like trying everything with something like that?
She's an incredibly courageous actor, very, very brave, fearless, you know, she's awesome. And it was, her first day was just getting up 30 feet up in the air and telling everybody in Times Square that they were all going to die. And she did it with such confidence and also a lot of nuance. You can see the complexity in the clips that have been released so far. You know, she's really remarkable.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself. We'll face it together. As a family.
Every Marvel comic has a theme to it, something that the audience relates to. What do you feel it is about the Fantastic Four that's made it endure, you know, since the 60s?
Family, you know, it's relatability. You know, we all understand family. We all understand because we come from one. We know what that's about. And they're unusual. They're the first family of Marvel. We have a lot of found families in Marvel. You have the Avengers and the X-Men, but it's the Fantastic Four, the one true family.
Yeah, it's that the family is expanding without too
yes,
without giving too much away about the film. But what are you most looking forward for fans of the Fantastic Four to see in this, in First Steps?
Well, I hope that they feel the passion that was put into making it. All of us love this material so much. Me, most of all, baby, but certainly all of the actors. Everyone has they've fallen in love with these characters in this world. We've done everything we can to sort of do right by them.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say it!
Are you the protectors of this world?
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It was very exciting for me seeing you guys because the fans were in the room at this fan event and you could feel the energy that they have and the enthusiasm towards the project. Did you feel it from the start or you're starting to feel it now that you're touring with it?
I've always felt the passion that, you know, the fans had for the Marvel Universe, but experiencing it in person is like a whole different thing. Then it becomes like a reality more than like a thought in a way. It was amazing. It was really special.
similarly, do you have a sense of excitement when you watch it for the first time? I mean, I had such excitement watching your version of the Silver Surfer, obviously not the full one, but you know, it's difficult when it's motion capture to give it that tone, basically. So what would you say you enjoyed the most and was the biggest challenge for it?
I think what I enjoyed the most is just, again, going to work every day, working with amazing people, an amazing director, being in this universe, working at Pinewood, I mean, was so spectacular. But the thing that was not the most difficult, but was challenging, was I've never worked with motion cap before, and
yeah,
it's a different type
I always
of
like to try new things.
Things, yeah, but it was, there's pros and cons with motion cap, and
of course,
you never get a break because you're always on camera. So it's relaxed in one sense where you don't have to go have hours of hair and makeup or costumes, what you were dealing with, but it's not relaxed in another sense because you're always you're always on camera. So you always have to just be prepared for anything, really, because you might be captured.
That's true.
Yeah.
How were those sets? Although a lot of motion capture, as you mentioned, but how was it stepping into the sets all the time? Like, you know, that retro-futuristic feel that...
So cool. It was really cool. And the car, like every single time I saw the car, I was like...
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. It was
it's so spectacular. And the robot, and like, also just the spaceship, and even seeing their costumes, wearing the suits, the astronaut suits. It was really, really cool to see.
There was a huge room next to the costume department where they had all the artwork of all the different worlds in it, and I could spend a day just walking around, just all the different costume designs and sketches for all the supporting artists, as well as all the main characters and different outfits. Yeah, when you go into a room like that, you see the amount of work that goes in, and every single sketch is a work of art in this room, and there's over 50,000 of them all on the walls. It's just the design and being able to step into that world, like you say, on the sets, they just look immaculate, the costumes.
Finally, what makes the villains and the heroes equally popular, you know, in the Fantastic Four universe and enduring?
I don't know I suppose what makes these two enduring is that they're pretty much immortal. So that gives you a certain amount of endurance, immortality. Yeah, but I think they've been, some of the top villains to Marvel's first family forever. So yeah, that gives them their durability.
I would say the same. It's a good answer.
We will face this together. We will fight it together. As a family.
We will protect you.
Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
It's a pleasure to talk about this because I was at the fan event yesterday, and it was so nice to see the enthusiasm of the fans. So, as you said, you have to put your soul as an actor to a character, even if it's famous to the audience. So, was that the challenge and the pleasure?
I think it was exactly that. It was the challenge, the beautiful challenge, and the ultimate pleasure to step into something that is scary because it exists long before you ever came to it, and is loved long before you ever became a part of it. And so you just want to kind of meet that love, I think, and the only way to do that is to put your heart into it. I found myself very, very lucky to, start with our director, Matt Shackman, who's been in my life for about 26 years.
Yeah, you said yes.
A kind of a colleague, and we've been sort of like, playing testimony to each other's adult lives and careers for the last 26 years. And then through Matt's invitation, meeting Vanessa, whom I've always referred to as like an assassin a black belt of
acting.
Of acting, you know, truly.
It's good. Just go vomit around the skeletons.
Truly,
in the closet.
you know, there's
My
like
acting work.
I would say that I was really intimidated at the thought of meeting her and working with her because of how powerful I think her work is, and she just cut straight to it, started communicating. She's always talking about that I show myself right away. I make people feel safe because I'm vulnerable. She just, like a direct shot into my heart, like said, "Hey, we're doing this." And I was like, and she led the way. She opened all the doors, and I just had to step into them. And so that was just, yes, as you say, like an incredible pleasure.
Did you know that you wanted to play her with that, quiet confidence that she has in this one? I really love that. I mean, she knows where she's headed.
I think it was oddly challenging to try and imagine that, yes, this woman has convinced every country on our their
version of Earth.
Yeah, 818, to get rid of their armies.
818, that's Burbank.
Oh, Matt Shackman said 818.
He did, I know.
Yeah. You should alert him of that quick. So yeah, I was like, oh, what kind of person does that?
Yes.
It can't be someone that like tries to be really bossy, because that's annoying. It can't be someone who's too acquiescing or whatever. It has to be someone that meets people where they're at. And that, to me, is like a quiet confidence. Because if you're too confident and you just, you would be abrasive and you wouldn't want to do it, or if it was too not, and so to me it was this kind of, how can she meet people where they are? And that is emotional intelligence, really, because it's like coming to a room and going, okay, this president is this person, and how do I understand who he is and convince that, or she is, like this, and how do I, so it was that, really.
We're late for dinner.
Oh, yes, we are. Really.
By a single minute.
Yes, we were just...
I had to put some aloe iodine
just
on
had
my
to-
shoulder.
I do his shoulder. And...
Why is that breakfast cereal on the dinner table?
Why are you being weird?
How do you feel the sense of family in those stories have made them enduring with audiences? It started with the comics, but they still love them because there's this sense of good family to them. Is that the secret of the fantastic success?
I think it's exactly that. I think it's the first Marvel family, and family is everything to all of us, whether it's family you didn't choose or the family you do choose. And a family of friends, more than anything, the idea of that being a kind of whole identity.
Why laughing? Was my stomach gurgling? What was
Is that
it?
my-
I
is
did
that-
just
is that
drift
the-
into another thought, actually, as you were saying that, to be fair. I did just drift.
Family. Family.
Family, family, family.
Family, family, family. Family, 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 family. Family, 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 family. It's all about family. It is all about family. It truly is. And the idea of, like, the only way to save the world
Is to work
is
together. As a family.
as a family, and also for the world to work with you as well. I mean, it's really like the only real way to get something done is together.
I herald Galactus.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. In other news, for the first time in 22 months, famine has now been officially declared in Gaza. Well, the UN calls it a man-made disaster, a failure of humanity itself. Well, a new report from the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, the IPC, says more than 500,000 people in Gaza are already facing catastrophic conditions, starvation, destitution and death. And by the end of September, it warns things will only get worse. Okay, we're going to stay with Gaza and turn to our next guest, who is Humza Yousaf, the former First Minister of Scotland. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I remember when we talked before, we talked about your in-laws, your parents-in-law, who are now back in Scotland. They were, of course, trapped in Gaza, Elizabeth and Majid al-Nakla. I wanted to ask how they're doing and also how the rest of the family is, because you still have ties, don't you, to Gaza?
We do. Thanks, Tom. It's good to speak to you again, though I wish things had improved since the last time we spoke. In fact, they've, of course, got much worse. And every day it seems like the situation is worsening and becoming more horrific. In terms of my in-laws, what can I say? They are traumatized. I think they will always be thus, I'm afraid. And in terms of the family in Gaza itself, my wife, Nadia, she has her first cousin, Sally, there. Sally has 4 children and a husband. And those 4 children, as every day is going on, are losing weight, becoming emaciated, and are starving in front, not just of her eyes, in her arms. So how can I possibly describe that situation? Are there any adjectives left to describe the horror that the people of Gaza are facing as a daily occurrence? So I don't really have the words to tell you how horrific the situation is for Nadia's family in Gaza. And of course, that is replicated amongst hundreds of thousands, in fact, millions of families in Gaza that are left there living this daily nightmare on a daily basis.
Now, thank you for that update. And I mean, I wanted to ask you about something you've put out on X, because you wrote on the platform formerly known as Twitter in response to yesterday's bombing by Israel of the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis. You said something that began, "Dear Prime Ministers and Presidents." Presumably had the British Prime Minister in mind when you started writing that. What would you like him to be doing?
Well, I'd like him to take some meaningful action. Today, the UK Prime Minister has described that double tap bombing of Al Nasser Hospital. Let's remind ourselves what we saw. We saw an Israeli airstrike on a hospital, killing journalists, killing civilians. And then as emergency workers went to rescue the injured, another airstrike followed. And this one was actually caught on camera. We know it's happened many times before. The Israeli Prime Minister calling it a mishap. A mishap is when you accidentally CC in the wrong colleague into an email. It's not when you kill emergency workers and bomb a hospital. So the UK Prime Minister today has responded by calling that, and I quote using his words, indefensible. Well, if that action is indefensible, which of course it clearly is, then why on earth does the UK government continue to sell weapons to the government of Israel? Why does it continue with RAF reconnaissance flights that directly give intelligence to the Israeli regime? And why on earth do they continue to train, the UK army continue to train IDF soldiers? So at the very least, the complicity, the support that we give the Israeli regime must be completely withdrawn, and then proactively sanctions must be imposed on a nation, a rogue nation, that is clearly, completely and utterly out of control.
I mean, you've repeatedly drawn parallels with apartheid South Africa, and I'm wondering if you're doing that because you think that the same sort of action that was taken then needs to be taken now.
Well, firstly, I'm doing it because, of course, it is the ICJ itself that has said Israel's policies in the West Bank are a breach of the Apartheid Convention. This is not Hamza Yousaf's subjective opinion. This is the ICJ who have said that Israel is in breach of its obligations against apartheid and racial segregation. That's first and foremost why the comparison is being made. And secondly, that yes, we know that in particularly the 70s and 80s, the measures taken by the international community, by nations across the world to isolate South Africa, to essentially boycott South Africa, particularly in relation to sporting and cultural events, and to impose meaningful sanctions, was the only way that ended up resulting in the dismantling of the apartheid regime. So all these statements of condemnation, these feeble words that are coming from presidents and prime ministers across the world in relation to Israel's actions are falling on deaf ears. The only language that Israel will understand, I believe, is meaningful sanctions.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of South Africa, I mean, the sanctions took 3 decades from the early 1960s to the late 1980s to have the full effect. And of course, the UK and the United States came on board very late in the game. And, you know, the people of Gaza don't have 3 decades to wait. But do you think the bottom line is that Washington can stop Israel? And why don't they?
Yes, you're right. Of course, people of Gaza don't have 3 decades. They barely have days. I mean, there is mass starvation, deliberate mass starvation, of course, which the IPC has confirmed is famine in Gaza City, likely to spread across the whole strip. So we need urgent action, meaningful action, tough action that is going to ensure that Israel changes course. But of course, you're right. As long as the United States provides carte blanche, then Israel will continue, I'm afraid, to commit breaches of international law with impunity. So what has to happen? I think if you are truly an ally of the United States, then all of those that might have influence with Trump's White House have to stop pandering, have to stop simply turning up to the White House full of platitudes and praise, but actually begin to say that, look, we are facing a genocide that is taking place. I don't think there's anybody that seriously doubts that anymore. And we do not want to be complicit in it. And we do not want you to be complicit in it. So, look, there has to be measures that are taken. And if the United States is unhappy at those measures, then I would urge countries to work in concert with each other in the way that, for example, Ireland, Norway and Spain did last year in order to come together and collectively recognise the state of Palestine. But urgent action is needed. Otherwise, there won't be tens of thousands of people that will lose their life. It will be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
Hamza, yesterday we spoke to an Israeli academic who suggested that the people of Gaza be relocated or rehoused, I think he said, to other countries, and he gave Indonesia as being one of the other countries where they might be rehoused. I mean, what's your reading of what Israel is trying to do in Gaza and, for that matter, in the West Bank? What are they trying to achieve?
Ethnic cleansing. I mean, it is the textbook definition of ethnic cleansing to forcibly remove one people and replace them with another people. That is the textbook definition of ethnic cleansing. And of course, Israel has form. If I think about my wife's grandmother, who was 16 years old when the Nakba happened in 1948, she was living in her home in a town called Julis, which no longer exists, near what is now called Ashkelon. She was told to leave her house for a couple of weeks, and when the fighting calmed down, then she'd be able to go back home. 77 years later, she, of course, will never return home. She's been made a refugee for a second time, and she was, of course, one of around 700,000 who were forcibly displaced, removed, dispossessed from their homes in 1948. So Israel has form of forcibly removing and ethnically cleansing people from their land. And that is exactly what they want to do with Gaza. Now, if Israel does not stop, not only will they completely flatten, as they have done, Gaza and populate it and ethnically cleanse the population, the real prize for them, of course, is the West Bank, where they've already continuing to approve illegal settlement after illegal settlement. So this is a rogue nation, and the only language a rogue nation will understand will be meaningful sanctions and tough action from the international community.
Specifically on this idea of Indonesia, I mean, what's your reaction when you hear someone saying, an academic in Israel, saying that the people of one place should be moved tens of thousands of kilometers away and transplanted, so to speak, to Indonesia. What goes through your mind when you hear that?
Well, I think every decent-minded person will think that that is an atrocious suggestion, which is an attempt to ethnically cleanse a population. But let's be clear, if anybody sees the clips, translated clips of Israeli talk shows or a number of Israeli politicians, including, of course, senior government ministers, that will not come as a surprise. They openly talk about, nay, they boast about ethnically cleansing the population of Gaza. So I don't think ever in my lifetime have I seen both a genocide live streamed and those who are committing the crimes boast in open about their intentions with the population to ethnically cleanse them. So we're being told what Israel wants to do, and the international community, I'm afraid, is passive, letting it happen, and it's people of Gaza that are suffering as a result.
We all watch coverage of what's happening in Gaza all around the world. People are seeing the horrific images, and then we hear Israeli officials giving justifications or denials for what we're seeing. What personally is the thing or the message you hear from Israeli commentators or senior figures that you find most irritating and most dishonest? Is there one thing that really stands out for you?
Well, a number of things. But of course, when the Prime Minister of Israel talks about the IDF being the most moral army in the world, I'm afraid the nation is becoming the most immoral nation in the world, because what it is doing, the government is doing, is, of course, war crime after war crime, whether it was 5-year-old Hind Rajab, who is in a car peppered with 335 bullets, whether it's journalists, whether it's humanitarian workers, whether it's hospitals, whether it's schools being bombed. Every single convention, even in war times and conflict, is being broken by Israel and broken with impunity, breached with impunity. And what I would say to the international community is, if you even take Gaza and Palestine out of the picture for a minute, what you are doing is setting a precedent that says that every single country can now have impunity to break international law, because there'll be no accountability. There'll be no accountability even if there's an ICC arrest warrant wanted in your name. And the global ramifications for that make our world a far more dangerous place, not a safer one.
Turning our attentions to where you are now in the United Kingdom, I'm just wondering how divisive this issue of the plight of the Palestinians is there in the UK. I mean, would it be too simplistic to say the division is on political lines, left, right, or is it more complicated than that?
It is more complicated than that. Look, there's good people, even in, for example, the Conservative Party, who have been advocating for the rights of the Palestinian people. I give a special mention to Kit Malthouse MP, who I think has made some phenomenally good contributions in the House of Commons. And he's a Conservative Member of Parliament, who again is not talking about being pro-Palestinian or pro-Arab or pro-Muslim, but simply pro-humanity. So there are people across society, across nationalities, political divides, backgrounds, ethnicities, who again are not supporting the Palestinian cause because they somehow are biased towards Arabs, Palestinians or Muslims. It's because they are witnessing the scenes of genocide live streamed on our televisions every day and saying humanity is losing here, that we are losing every shred and every ounce of our humanity if we do not stop this. And there cannot be repercussions and there cannot be accountability for the slaughter of 17,000 children and over 60,000 innocent men, women and children.
You didn't mention the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer or David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary there. Do you think they are simply not speaking up enough? Their actions and words are inadequate?
I think they're in danger of being complicit. That's the problem. They are making statements that say that the actions of Israel are indefensible. I think David Lammy yesterday described the situation as a moral outrage. Well, you cannot claim it as indefensible and as a moral outrage and yet continue to sell arms, weapons, provide intelligence, give support continue to support the infrastructure of occupation and indeed genocide that is taking place at the moment. So, of course, their actions are wholly inadequate, and I'm afraid are, in my view, making them complicit in one of the worst crimes of the century, certainly the worst crime that I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Just watching British television, there's been, some protests in the last couple of days. I mean, there are always protests, it seems, but I mean, there does seem to be a tense political climate in the United Kingdom at the moment, and a rising nationalist sentiment, which isn't new, but the trend seems to be continuing. I mean, what do you make of what you're seeing, and do you see this issue of the plight of the Palestinians as somehow feeding into this political set of circumstances?
Well, look, frankly, every single issue ends up being sucked into the culture wars that seem to be consuming the UK, Europe, and most of the Western world. I could tell you that the sky is blue outside, and somehow that would be a controversial statement that I'm making. So the culture war, I'm afraid, is consuming every single issue, including, of course, the Palestinian cause. In terms of the so-called anti-immigration protests that we're witnessing in the UK, including we've seen some here in Scotland, are not happening in a vacuum. You've had 20 years, if not more, of anti-migrant rhetoric from the main political parties in Westminster, whether they be Labour or Tory. And that, of course, at a time when this country requires immigration. We have the lowest birth rates on record. We have an ageing population, and that, of course, is the story of the Western European continent. This country and this continent, indeed, relies on immigration. It relies on the contribution that migrants make, and yet has created the most hostile atmosphere for migration, and it will lead to not only societal catastrophe, but economic collapse.
And yet, I mean, looking at the latest opinion polls, it seems like the Reform Party, with Nigel Farage very much as its figurehead, are riding high in the polls. What do you make of that? I mean, are we looking, do you think, at the future Prime Minister of the UK, Nigel Farage?
I don't think there's a single political commentator that would bet against Nigel Farage, at the very least being the leader of the opposition, possibly even getting the keys to 10 Downing Street, and shudder at the thought that this is a man who's claimed, often insinuated, that Muslims don't share British values, that has said that some Muslims are a fifth column in this country trying to kill us. If there is a dog whistle to be blown, then you will find Nigel Farage at the front of the queue with his lips pursed and ready to blow. So we have here a very dangerous individual. His reason for support, of course, is because of the political failures, particularly of Westminster parties. We've seen with the last Conservative government, the biggest fall in living standards since records began. So if people's weekly shop has gone up, if their mortgage has gone up, their rent has gone up, their electricity bill, their gas bill, all of these bills have gone up, and they've had a Conservative Party, a Labour Party, then of course they're going to try something new, something different. And that's why I think Reform are seeing their support in the polls riding high, including here in Scotland, where I am. That should worry every single decent-minded person.
Right, you say you shudder at the thought of Nigel Farage as the future British Prime Minister. And as a Muslim, I'm wondering what that would mean for you, such a prospect. What would it mean for you and your family? Would you go and live somewhere else? Would you sort of close the door on the UK?
Well, look, I wouldn't want to do that. I love Scotland. It's my country. I was born here, raised here, raising a family here, and I had the great honour and privilege of serving my country, both as a government minister, but also, of course, for a period as the head of government, as the First Minister of Scotland. So, you could cut me in half and I would bleed Scotland. So I don't want to leave my country and wouldn't want to be forced out of my country. At the same time, the other role, responsibility, in fact, the most important role and responsibility I have is as a father. And with the United Kingdom becoming more and more hostile to Muslims, to the point where we've had bricks thrown through mosque windows, we've had the attempted terrorist attack in a mosque in Scotland, in fact, with the individual, a teenager, being charged to 10 years in prison for his affiliation with neo-Nazism and his attempt at that terror attack against a mosque in the west of Scotland. So if the climate becomes so unsafe for Muslims, many Muslims, myself included, of course, we'll be questioning whether our children can possibly be safe in this country. And if not, then we will be elsewhere. And again, that will not be good, clearly, for society, I would argue. It certainly won't help the economy of the country if all the Muslims decide to pack up and go elsewhere, as many on the far right have been calling for.
Okay, and just, I mean, before we just close and one last question about Gaza, I just wanted to ask you, I mean, you're quoted as having said sometime last year that people make a living out of vilifying Muslims. And I mean, obviously it sounds like you think Nigel Farage is one of them. Who else did you have in mind when you said that?
Well, I think there's plenty of examples you can see online of these hate preachers. Today I just saw a woman who is looking to be, I think, a Republican candidate in Texas, taking a flamethrower to a Quran in the name of free speech. And that is the kind of world we're living in. Somebody who wants to be taken seriously as a candidate in the local parliament, Senate, taking such action. So there are plenty of people, I'm afraid, who have made a living and are making a living of being rabidly anti-Muslim, and many of them get platformed. You will hear, many an anti-Muslim statement that I can point to from the likes of Melanie Phillips, and yet she is given a platform in the BBC with regularity. So time and time again, Islamophobia, the hatred of Muslims, is not just accepted, but is platformed on our mainstream. And that is entirely, in my view, unacceptable.
And that's a good place to end this conversation, because I wanted to wrap up by asking you about your criticism of British broadcasters, in particular with regards to their choices of words relating to the situation in Gaza. What sort of words do you criticise them for using or not using? And do you think British broadcasters have an agenda on this issue?
Well, I think what a lot of broadcasters, and I put the BBC in this category, tend to do in the name of impartiality is bring balance to a situation that's fundamentally imbalanced. So how on earth do you bring balance to a situation where one group of people, in the case of Gaza, do not have an army, are not an independent nation, who are being bombarded by one of the most sophisticated military machines that are dropping 2,000-pound bombs on their heads? That's not a balanced situation. That situation is systemically and fundamentally imbalanced. And so what we see from often again the BBC, but they're not the only one, is such poor choice. One has to wonder if it is deliberately poor choice of wording in order to mask the true reality of what is happening. And that can be in the West Bank, where the BBC recently had a headline calling settlements a controversial plan. They're not controversial, they're illegal, of course, under international law. Or often when they're reporting about Gaza, they simply mention that people, dozens of people were killed. Well, killed by whom? And often talking about the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, but not when they mention Israel, don't mention the fact that is a government led by a man who's wanted by the ICC for war crimes. And look, the other thing I would say about, I'm afraid, that Western media, that with a few notable exceptions, because there has been some notable exceptions, the fact that so many journalists have been killed in Gaza, you have barely heard a peep from Western journalists about their colleagues being slaughtered in such numbers. And I think that is extremely shameful and extremely regrettable.
Okay, well, it's been great speaking to Humza Yousaf, former First Minister of Scotland. Thank you for your time. And I do hope that if you're in the Middle East, you will come and talk to us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Singapore. One of Asia's top city attractions and a quick developing place for business, Singapore. The city's unique cosmopolitan culture is a harmonious marriage of the old and the new. You'll see high-rising modern skyscrapers alongside heritage buildings all around this island city. Transportation is also fast and efficient for the locals and tourists. The award-winning Changi Airport provides connections with over 100 airlines flying to more than 200 cities around the world. Because of its pro-business environment, more than 7,000 multinational companies make Singapore an often visited city for work-related transactions. For visitors, Singapore's attraction lies in its good impression as a safe, clean, and efficient place to be. One of the most popular tourist spots is the Singapore Flyer. It is the world's largest observation wheel outside the United States. It stands at a stunning 165 meters and offers a magnificent view of the cityscape. As the wheel turns, you'll get a 360-degree view of Singapore's iconic and historical landmarks and views, from the Marina Bay to the Singapore River, Raffles Place, Merlion Park, Empress Place, and the Padang. On the other hand, set your sights on the historical structures resting within the modern city. The old Chinese buildings in Chinatown, Muslim characteristic of Kampong Glam, and Little India's district are still popular among tourists. Also known for their history are the Chimes, Dalhousie Obelisk, Merlion Park, Old Parliament House, National Museum, Asian Civilizations Museum, and World War II sites like Battle Box, Changi Chapel and Museum, Fort Siloso, and Kranji War Memorial. Visitors of the city can enjoy the best of Chinese, Malay, Indian, and Eurasian cultures through the many traditional and religious festivals that fill the Singapore calendar. Proof of its multicultural feats are the hawker centers scattered throughout the island city. Singapore's first 1960s themed food street, the Singapore Food Trail, serves up a wide selection of local hawker delights. A melting pot of a city, Singapore is a place where individuals of different races live harmoniously together. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The gates are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world